One day, he would say, I will cross it. He studied the river, watched how others made their way across, even gathered wood slowly, piece by piece. He had everything he needed to build a bridge, but he never quite started. Some days, he said the current was too strong. Other days, he said he needed more time. Sometimes, he even convinced himself he wasn't fully ready yet. So he kept standing there, planning, thinking, and intending. And years passed. The river never moved. The other side, as well, never disappeared. But his life stayed exactly where it was. Not because he didn't know what to do, or also not because he lacked the tools, but because intention never became action. And that ancient line, which reminds us, as a man thinketh, so is he. Not just because of what fills the mind, but because what fills the mind eventually shapes what we do or fail to do. A thought repeated becomes a belief untested becomes comfort, and comfort over time can quietly become a cage. So a man can think about crossing and still remain on the same side of the river his entire life. So this morning, let us reflect on this. What bridge have you been standing beside? You thought about it, talked about it, prepared for it, but not yet stepped into it. Maybe today is not for planning anymore. Maybe today is for the first plank of your bridge. Because life does not change at the point of intention. It changes at the point of movement. And that is our message this morning, which will usher us into the 6 a.m. news. We'll be back after all of that and bring you a lot more if you stay with us here on the 3FM Sunrise. It's a beautiful
Kenneth Oforiatta welcomes the release of their client from the ICE detention.
For now, he's been released from custody and is rejoined with his brother.
Also, the National Association of Sachet and Packaged Waters Producers reverses the earlier decision to increase sachet water prices.
So listening to her and considering the fact that sachet water is a basic necessity for over 33 million Ghanaians.
And also in this bulletin, the shortage of family planning materials looms as over $500,000 worth of supplies still stuck at the port. Details of our headlines and other stories, please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. Now we're going to a first story where Frank Davis, a member of the legal team for the former finance minister, Kenneth Ofori-Atta, says his comment comes as the former minister was released from detention by the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement, that's ICE, following a judicial order issued on April 7, 2026. A press release from his legal representative in Ghana, Menka Perno Osai Bonsu, Bruce Catlin and partners, confirmed that Kenneth Ofori-Atta has since returned home and is currently with his family.
For now, he's been released from custody and is rejoined with his family. Well, the ICE hearing and the proceedings in the ICE court stand separate and distinct from the extradition request. The ICE matter is a purely administrative immigration matter. He had applied for an adjustment of his immigration status. So ICE proceedings or hearings have nothing in common with the extradition request. The extradition request, so far as I can understand, thus far, is supposed to be pending.
Was Frank Davis. He's a member of the legal team for the former finance minister, Kenneth Ofori-Atta. Meanwhile, private legal practitioner Martin Pebu says the fact that he has been released is a bad sign for the Ghanaian case.
Let's go back a bit. He was first picked by ICE, and then ICE has now released him. But whilst he was in ICE custody, the extradition papers and all that were sent to the judge. Remember the first sitting also, if it's not the first, the second, where the judge says, okay, he hasn't seen the extradition documents, so they should be brought to his attention. So subsequently it was done. So now, with the immigration judge seeing the extradition proceedings, and still releasing Ofori-Atta, and at the same time, the fact that the extradition people, that's the Justice Department, did not cause the immediate arrest of Ofori-Atta, that presents a very complex case.
Was private legal practitioner Martin Bibu. Now, away from that, the National Association of Sachet and Packaged Waters Producers has agreed to maintain the current price of sachet water at 8 cedis per bag for ex-factory price. This follows a crucial meeting with the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. The decision comes after an early announcement of a possible price increase that raised concerns among consumers. My colleague Grace Hamwa Ajiman sat through the meeting last night and reports.
So it's been a long day here at the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, with the meeting going into 4 hours and beyond. The area of conversation was an announcement by the sachet water packagers and producers that they intend to increase the price of a bag of sachet water as a result of shortage of their polymers. The association makes a case that a ton of polymer, which sold at $920, is now selling at $1,200. But after conversations and discussion with the minister, the group says the old price of sachet water remains. President of the association, Eboboche, says that the association will absorb any cost that is coming out of the decision, but will ask government for some interventions to stay afloat.
After listening to her and considering the fact that sachet water is a basic necessity for over 33 million Ghanaians, yes, we are losing money if we go back to the old price, but then for the fact that we love Ghana and Ghana must thrive, we've decided to absorb the shock and keep the old prices for at least a month or two, and we expect that it will trickle down to the sachet water producers as well.
The Minister of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, Elizabeth Ofosu-Ejari, assured the group of government supports and interventions even as they find a way around the situation.
Because the economy has been stable for a while, we think that they have been cushioned. So it is good time for the industry to also cushion Ghanaians. They have agreed to do that so that we continue to enjoy the stability that we have in the system.
That was a report from my colleague Grace Hamwa-Ajiman, where the National Association of Sachet and Packaged Water Producers have agreed to maintain the current price of sachet water at 8 cedis per bag. Now, commercial transport operators of Ghana have rejected the ban on the Toyota Voxy for commercial purposes. This is after the Technical Working Committee of the National Road Safety Authority declared the use of the vehicle for commercial purposes as illegal, citing safety concerns linked to their design and widespread modification in Ghana.
Following the public uproar over the number of crashes involving Voxy vehicles, the National Road Safety Authority set up a committee to look into the issue. On Wednesday, April 8, the committee presented its final report, in which it described the situation as a major threat to passenger safety. Director General of the National Road Safety Authority, Abraham Amaliba, called for an immediate halt to their importation.
We see the Voxy crisscrossing the length and breadth of this country. We are also being told that the ties are not for the purposes that the vehicle is being used in Ghana. It's unlawful. So when we are able to get the customs to stop the importation, then it cures that one.
Chairman of the Toyota Voxy Technical Working Group, Godwin Kafui Ayeto, said the vehicles were not meant for commercial use and that system failure worsened the problem.
Right from the point of entry, there were systemic failures. They shouldn't have been registered, they were registered. Privately registered vehicles should not have been plying the route for commercial purposes. They are applying the route for commercial purposes. There are no standards to regulate them. Nobody has raised alarm on issues. They are prevalently involved in accidents, especially in the Bono region.
Before we go, let's do some health stories. The Ghana CSO's platform on SDGs are raising alarm over a critical shortage of family planning supplies in the country, following the stock of essential family planning commodities valued at $500,000 at the port of entry since August 2024. At a media briefing, the group warned that the further displays at the country's port could put the lives of 1,000 women at risk. They revealed that the supplies procured by the United Nations Population Fund and coincided to the Ministry of Health have yet to be cleared, even as the stock levels across national and regional medical stores continue to decline. The commodities include contraceptive pills, implants, injectables, condoms, and medical instruments. And that brings us to the end of the first half of this morning's bulletin. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyuna Paliga. Michael Opadu comes your way with business.
Follow us on social media, Twitter at 3FM927, Facebook at 3FM927, and also on 3news.com. Follow us on social media, Twitter at 3FM927, Facebook at 3FM927, and also on 3news.com.
Hello there, good morning and welcome to the Business News on Sunrise. Coming out, former chair of PIAC calls for Supreme Court interpretation on GNPC subsidiaries' revenue obligations as Explorco fails to pay over $561 million to the state.
My best bet is for us to go to the Supreme Court for a declaration whether or not those monies are petroleum funds that are payable into the PHF.
And the Energy and Green Transition Minister warns against short-term fuel subsidies.
We will not be in a... We should not take short-term economic decisions that will hurt you, the ordinary Ghanaian, in the long term. That is not prudent economic management.
Plus, stakeholders urged to comply with mandatory local cargo insurance policy as Ghana moves to retain premiums and strengthen economy.
We will not be in our country where local importers will import and then carry money to go and pay foreign insurance company.
I am Michael Obodu. Details of these and many other stories coming up shortly. Please don't go anywhere. thank you so much for your time. Straight into our top story. And the Public Interest and Accountability Committee, PIAC, has signaled its intent to seek legal clarity from the Supreme Court following a massive revenue shortfall involving Exploco, a subsidiary of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, GNPC. The move, suggested by a former PIAC chair, stems from the subsidiary's consistent failure to lodge its oil proceeds into the petroleum holding funds, as mandated by the Petroleum Revenue Management Act.
According to the 2025 PIAC annual report, Exploco has failed to account for a staggering $561.6 million in petroleum revenue due to the state between 2022 and 2024. This includes corporate income tax and surface rentals from the Jubilee and 10 fields. At the launch of the report, former PIAC chair Constantine Kudeji suggested the committee approaches the Supreme Court for a definitive interpretation of the PRMA to compel GNPC and Exploco to surrender the outstanding $561.6 million.
My best bet is for us to go to the Supreme Court for a declaration whether or not those monies are petroleum funds that are payable into the PHF. Because as PIAC, we can recommend, but we cannot enforce. So it's time we take the matter up so that we are clear, because the money keeps building.
Executive Director of the Center for Democratic Development, Professor Henry Kwesi Prempeh, called for more scrutiny.
These state-owned enterprises essentially represent great systemic risk to our system. On the average, anything between 20 to 25% of our GDP actually runs through some of these state enterprises. Our position is that the mere fact that they are commercial in nature should not be reason why we should exclude them from constitutional scrutiny.
Chair of PIAC, Richard Elima, explains why GNPC Exploco needs to lodge its oil proceeds with the Petroleum Holding Fund.
You take a loan from the Ministry of Finance to buy back some shares that one of the partners was selling off. You buy the shares and then you create a subsidiary called Jubilee Oil Holding Limited. GNPC is a 100% state-owned company. So if you're a 100% state-owned company and you create a subsidiary, by inference, that subsidiary is also state-owned. PRMA is very clear that every revenue from oil, whether directly or indirectly, where the state is involved, the revenues must be lodged into the PHF, the Petroleum Holding Fund.
Now, away from that report, the Energy Minister has cautioned against short-term policy decisions that could have long-term consequences for the economy. His comments come amid growing calls for government intervention in rising fuel prices. Fuel prices have increased significantly since the start of the Iran-Israel-US conflict, which has pushed up global crude oil prices. Some stakeholders are calling for a review of taxes and levies to cushion consumers from the impact. But speaking at the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies Safety Week event, the sector minister said the priority must be to protect the long-term interests of the economy and avoid measures that could create future challenges.
We should not take short-term economic decisions that will hurt you, the ordinary Ghanaian, in the long term. That is not prudent economic management. Whatever support we can give you, let's do it as a government. Whatever cushion we can give Ghanaians in terms of petroleum pricing, let's do that. But let's be mindful that when we are taking these decisions, we do not end up hurting you in the future.
At the same event, the chief executive of the National Petroleum Authority, Godwin Eduji Tamaklo, outlined new measures aimed at reducing accidents involving tanker drivers.
Going forward, before we get to register any new tanker, there are KPIs, in fact, there are checklists that we are going to look for before we register you. And please, the industry, don't come and say Eduji has introduced something obnoxious. That has not been the case.
Meanwhile, the chief executive of the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, Dr. Riverson Opong, says although the industry recorded no accidents last year, efforts are ongoing to sustain the safety record.
On record from oil marketing companies and LPG marketing companies, we've run a full year without any incident, or I can call it an accident. It doesn't take away the fact that we need to still have remembrance of the fact that we work in a very volatile industry where the product that we deal with are highly volatile.
You heard that Dr. Revesung Oponghe is the Chief Executive Officer of the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, COMAC. Now, the Ghana Shippers Authority is pushing for full compliance with government's directive mandating local insurance of all cargo imports, describing the policy as a major step towards reducing capital flight and strengthening Ghana's insurance sector. The directive, which took effect on February 1, 2026, requires all imported goods, excluding personal effects, to be insured locally in line with provisions of the Insurance Act 2021, Act 1061.
The mandatory local cargo insurance policy, spearheaded by the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with the Ghana Revenue Authority and the National Insurance Commission (NIC), is expected to curb capital flight and boost domestic insurance capacity. At a high-level stakeholder engagement, Chief Executive of the Ghana Shippers Authority, Ransford Jampo, emphasized that the move will ensure importers are better protected while keeping insurance premiums within the local economy.
So clearly, local cargo insurance better safeguards the interests of the trading community while delivering broader economic benefits to the good people of Ghana and in this country. Like all major policy reforms, the rollout of the mandatory local cargo insurance carries far-reaching implications for stakeholders in the shipping and logistics industry.
He noted that despite earlier protocols introduced in 2020, compliance remained low, with only about 6% of imports insured locally, leaving many importers exposed to risks and financial losses.
We will not be in our country where local importers would import and then carry money to go and pay foreign insurance company monies that they will not use, enriching the economies, enriching foreign insurance companies, and depriving or starving local insurance companies.
Stakeholders at the forum raised concerns over implementation timelines, compliance procedures, and penalties, while calling for continuous education and system integration to ensure a smooth rollout.
If we go out there, we'll have to use the opportunity to also educate the importer. Not everybody is here. So if someone walks to your office and asks, I'm going to buy my cargo, what type of Incoterms should I buy? What type of insurance should I buy? We will be able to educate the person and advise the person, and even actually go and speak to your brokers as well. And so it's a good day. I think they should escalate this to the rest of the regional levels before the implementation kickstart.
Now to more stories. Trade, Agribusiness and Industry Minister Egbeta Ofosu-Adjare has called on Ghana to move beyond the prestige of hosting the African Continental Free Trade Area after Secretariat and begin delivering tangible commercial results. Speaking to 3 Business, the minister emphasized that Ghana carries a special obligation to prove that the Continental Pact is more than just an institutional framework.
Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, Ghana carries a particular responsibility to demonstrate what intra-African trade can deliver in practice. We are working to ensure that Ghanaian enterprises have access to rules of origin certification, tariff intelligence, and market linkages necessary to compete and win in the continental market. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, none of these policies will deliver their intended outcome without a private sector that is prepared to meet government enabling environment with commensurate investment in technology, skills, governance, and standard compliance.
You heard the Trade, Agribusiness and Industry Minister Egbeta Ofosu-Adjare. Let's turn our attention now to the currency and the commodities market.
Interbank foreign exchange market, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis, 2 pesos. It gained 1 peso. The British pound is selling at 14 cedis, 80 pesos. It gained 21 pesos. The euro is selling at 12 cedis, 87 pesos. It also gained 13 pesos. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at a forex bureau near you. On the global commodities market, Brent crude is trading at $96.21 per barrel, Gold is trading at $4,722.92 per ounce, up by $16.41. Cocoa is trading at $3,196 per ton, up by $168.
And those were updates from the currency and the commodities market, bringing an end to the business news on Sunrise. For more stories, please check out our website, s3news.com/business. I am Michael Obodu. Thank you for tuning in. As always, please stay safe.
Follow us on social media, Twitter at 3FM927, Facebook at 3FM927, and also on 3news.com.
Big thank you to Michael Ogbodu for helping us with the business updates as well this morning. Before him was Enyenam Hariga with the 6 a.m. news as well. 6:24 here on the 3FM Sunrise. Let's get into the weather. Kind courtesy the Ghana Meteorological Agency, who quite surprisingly this morning are yet to give us updates, right? They're yet to give us updates as to what we can expect in terms of the weather this morning. But we'll get into our song of inspiration as well at 6:24 here on the 3FM Sunrise. And big news in terms of what a lot of Ghanaians are interested in, the hunt for the return of the former finance minister. It took a new twist yesterday when his name was taken off the ICE detention list. Confirmation suggests he's out, or word suggests he's out of detention, awaiting the hearing of his case on the 27th of this month. What all of that means as well for extradition efforts will come up for conversations again this morning as well. We know as well that the pure water price increase has been put on ice after a meeting yesterday, but more important, there's a cabinet meeting today to seek to find a way to deal with global oil challenges brought upon the entire world as a result of the ongoing war between the US, Israel against Iran. There was a ceasefire which was announced, but latest updates suggest that that ceasefire could well be up in smoke already, because there appears to be a fundamental misunderstanding as to which areas it should cover. And we know that for Iran, this ceasefire must include Lebanon, but yesterday there was heavy bombardment of Lebanon, killing people and leaving scores of citizens injured as well. And that has put all of the peace talks in a bit of a jeopardy. And so we're back in the upward trajectory again for crude prices. $97 per barrel is what we're seeing for Brent crude after what was a significant 12% drop yesterday. So all of that and more will inform government decision and conversations today as that cabinet meeting unfolds. But we'll get into all of that and the newspapers for you right after a song of inspiration. And this one is by the Bethel Revival Choir and the Egbeta Gospel Medley. titles as well. The president, we understand, is back in the country already after his 2-day visit to France and is expected to chair that all-important cabinet meeting a lot later today. Also, the National Road Safety Authority says that the Voxy vehicles and safe for commercial use. It's brought about entire conversations as to left-hand, right-hand vehicles being changed to left-hand. Persons are asking questions. Is it about the vehicle being changed from right to left? Or is it the individuals or the human beings driving it? What are the engineers as well telling us? Because in one part, some persons who drive the vehicle says, if you're speeding, isn't really a balance of some sort, and so it makes it difficult. That's why we're seeing a lot of accidents in that regard. And there's a counter argument that there's a lot of Toyota Vitz as well, some of which were moved from right to left. So what really is the concern? Is it the old age concern of the human beings not doing what is right? Or it's just a case of the vehicle in question? These and more dominating the news circles as we get into the papers for you this morning. I have a number of them here. The rest of my colleagues lurking in and around the studio as well. On the fringes, I'm not sure that will be fringes though, but Ghana's oil production has been declining for 6 straight years. According to the latest PIAC report, I will get our friends from PIAC one of these days to come by the studio. Public Interest and Accountability Committee, they came into existence when we discovered oil, and as part of ensuring that oil revenue is used right and appropriately, right? That committee, an independent committee, was set up. They track the spending from all of our oil revenue and help us as well appreciate and understand what is happening within the upstream petroleum sector, which belongs to the country. And they say we've been on a steady decline for 6 years. 6 years decline. That will be up for conversation, I'm sure, in the course of somewhere next week. We'll try and get our friends as well from PIAC to help us appreciate and understand why we're seeing that decline. But let me walk you through right now what the papers are saying. I'll start off with the overseer. They lead with Finance Minister urges bold reforms as EBIT leaders convene in Accra. I also hear National Road Safety Authority declares Toyota Voxy unsafe for commercial use. Atiku Obi Amechi Kwankwaso Arig Besola Mark, others lead Save Democracy protest. Oh, so there was a protest yesterday in Nigeria. NPP has no credibility to speak on LGBTQ issues, as according to the Egbeta MP, Mahama nominates 5 to Ghana's Fiscal Council to strengthen economic oversight. And NPA COMAC champions safety excellence in downstream petroleum sector with launch of Safety Week 2026. The New Republic, minority demands sweeping reforms at Kwewu Forum, but critics ask, why didn't you act when you held power? This question fair. And they'll tell you that we left 2 years ago. We are in the second year of opposition. That's just by the way. Clocksack boss Bampuado busted caught drawing salaries from 3 sources. GPRTU versus VIP fair war looms. High income voters flee NPP. NDC double its share. It comes with a picture of Musa Dankwa. NPA moves to weed out cheap labor tanker drivers. And there's an interesting story. Ken's rebel machine clears up to bury Baumia. Movement accuses NPP infiltrators. The Daily Democrat is next. ENP tops Daman mining bid, secures government approval. Dr. Johnson Isiama outlines central bank trade-offs at Kwewu Forum. 200 US students head to Chibi in education tourism drive. Alleged $65 million from Trafigura not enough to run Bogoso Prestia mines. Mahama champions held sovereignty at France and herbal medicine's rising future. And Pimdako calls for integration, right? The New Independent as well is here. They lead with Julius Debra is a rising Eastern Stein coach to shape Ghana's future as next president. Aisa Foster declares Ghana's downstream sector expands. Fuel demand hits 8.7 billion liters. MP donates 30-seater bus to NPP Anyaso Tool. Rooted in nature, Dr. Ampim Daku's vision for Ghana's healthcare future and misplaced priorities at Ghana Exim Bank, over $100 million loan to Heath Goldfields Limited. On to the online portals quickly. 3news.com leads the way. Finance Ministry denies data bank's bond market specialist status. Releases official list. I'm not sure it was official list. Well, they released an official list, which was provided in February of this year, right? But they say there were rumors swirling up in the air, suggesting that data bank was a part of it. They say not at all. Also, U.S. orders non-emergency staff to leave Abuja as Nigeria's security situation deteriorates. Our West African neighbors, please. Ghana will name new coach by Monday, as according to the sports minister. Commercial transport operators of Ghana rejects ban on use of Toyota Voxy for long-distance journeys, and we've agreed to maintain the price for The prices for some 2 or 3 months, sachet water producers. That's 3news.com. Let me do my job online quickly. Protect people, not prices. Joe Jackson rejects fuel tax cuts and subsidies. Lawyer petitions president to halt Terminal 2 refurbishment over value for money concerns. Mahama returns from France to chair emergency cabinet meeting on fuel. Ken Oforiatta released from ICE detention on bail, and Ghana National Fire Service retrieves body of unidentified man from asylum down drain. Finally, on citynewsroom.com, they lead with that PIAC story as to Ghana's oil production declining for 6 straight years. The Public Accounts Committee, meanwhile, is in Tamale, where they have resumed hearings. Not this time, not on the special committee work, but hearings of the audit report from 2024. Particularly on that Ken Oforiatta story, which most certainly will have a lot of people interested this morning. And the story reads that former Finance Minister Ken Oforiatta has been released from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement custody on bail following a judicial order. Now, he's scheduled to reappear in court on April 27 for deportation proceedings as the matter continues to unfold amidst missing paperwork and jurisdictional delays. The bail grant comes after Oforiatta's legal team successfully argued that without a formal extradition request that from Ghana on record, the court could not legally consider him a flight risk. His release was secured through a private bond company, reportedly for a substantial sum. At a previous hearing in March of 2026, the presiding judge had specifically requested sight of Ghana's extradition request before determining Oforiatta's bail application. The judge signaled that such documentation will be critical to assessing whether Oforiatta posed a flight risk, a key factor in bail decisions. However, according to sources familiar with the matter, the U.S. Attorney General has not provided a copy of Ghana's extradition request to the state attorney for submission to the court. The reasons for this delay remain unclear. A source familiar with the proceeding explained, in the absence of citing a copy of the extradition request, he could not be deemed a flight risk. Oforiatta was arrested by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement on January 6 and held at the Caroline Detention Facility in Virginia. The presiding judge had previously requested the Ghana extradition request be submitted to the court to assess bail conditions. So, extradition request and its related matters, we were told it's made its way to the US. The judge in this particular case says, bring the thing, let me see if the man is a flight risk. And it hasn't made its way there. And they inform the basis for which he was granted bail pending the hearing of his application on April 27. Good morning to you, Johnnie.
Charlie, Ken Oforiatta, yesterday his lawyers wrote and said that he's with his family and they are happy and they are thankful to God. Generated a lot of conversation on social media. If you listened to the elements in government, particularly Operation Recover All Loot, led by Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, who's now a Foreign Affairs Minister, Lawyer Martin Pebu tagging along Mr. Domelevo, former Auditor General of the Republic, COP Nathan Kofi Boakye, Ghana's IGP that we never had, and then also tagging along, there's one other person, Raymond Archer of IOCO. These were the 5 individuals tasked with Operation Recover All Loot. You can throw in the Attorney General at some point. But then the key question to ask is, of all the things that were said about Mr. Oforiatta, why don't we still have a hand on Mr. Oforiatta? Because we know presently, unless I'm mistaken, that Mr. Oforiatta is making frantic efforts to seek full citizenship and residency in the United States. Is that correct? Now, he's seeking that, and you know that Donald Trump, in this second coming, says, well, if you have about $500,000, or is it $500 million or $500,000, you get a gold membership. I have to check. There's a certain threshold that you have to give in order to. Yeah, you can actually buy. He was offering to be a body closer to power and all of that. So, if I am not mistaken, then perhaps it may be pointing towards the point where, okay, I am not interested in coming back home. I want to be here. And you know, there are many elements also within the MPP who have suggested on air that Mr. Oforiatta should not return home, because if he does return home, the treatment that is likely to be given will not be in his favor. So if they had their own way to advise him, he should not return home. It begs the question as to whether or not as a country we are interested in accountability. Many NDC persons have said that, look, you have elements of MPP being very vocal, being very vociferous, and actually taunting the government that you made all the noise in opposition. If really we have done anything, or people within our party have done anything, why don't you put us in jail? Why don't you punish us? Why don't you crack the whip? You have nothing on us. That's why you are holding on, and it's more than a year. So the Trump green card is to cost $1 million, between $1 million and $2 million. I just wanted to chip that in. So now they say, well, if you say we have done something, hold us to strict proof, jail us, punish us, let the law work, crack the whip. Until that time, shut up, because it's all noise that you're making. That's one. Now we are learning from the judge that whatever it is, the packet, they called it packet, some call it dossier, some call it a file, whatever it is. The judge says, I don't have it. No be so. The judge said, I don't have it. So, special prosecutor, where is it? Attorney General, where is it? That's where we are now. Enough of the talk. If Mr. Oforiatta has indeed done anything wrong, we should be able to bring him to come and answer. We are giving off Abu Trika to the United States. Yeah. We are giving off Abu Trika to the United States. We gave Hajia, is it Hajia for the real or Hajia Mona? One of the Hajias, I don't know which one it is, I've forgotten. We gave off. She went to serve a jail time, right? And we have been doing that over and over and over and over. So why mustn't it be like that in our favor? That's one. Then number two, I think that it behoves on the MPP itself as a political party. And I've heard some elements of the MPP or supporters of the MPP say this without fear or favor. That, look, if we are to win back the love, the affection, the goodwill of the Ghanaian people as a new patriotic party, right? As new patriotic party, lacing the boots to get back into government, It behoves on the MPP to ask Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta and literally help the government to drag him down here to stand in an open court of competent jurisdiction and get his day in court, so that at least it exonerates the NPP if Mr. Ofori-Atta did nothing wrong, or even if he did something wrong, the NPP would then have shown the people that we are not interested in shielding anybody who did anything wrong. Hold them to strict proof. But you don't get that sense from the New Patriotic Party making those bold claims. I haven't heard until Chairman Stephen Ntim took a backbench for ill health, etc. I've not heard him. I've not heard Justin Kodua Frimpong. I've not heard Nana Boachi. I've not heard Salam. I've not heard any of the key persons, Kejemfoa mentioned them, any of the key persons who are leading the NPP now as National Executive. I have not heard them make any of those comments. Right? You've heard Dr. Bawumia speak in public. You've heard my good friend Sami Uku speak in public. You've heard Demis Abuaji speak in public. You've heard Richard Ayagba speak in public. You can mention all the big names who worked closely with Mr. Ofori-Atta when he was finance minister. In fact, if Dr. Bawumia is to form his cabinet, most definitely Mr. Ofori-Atta may have a place of pride in that cabinet. Okay? Unless he may be too tired or he may be uninterested. So it behoves not just on the NDC government and the elements within the government, those who heralded oral and screamed and shouted about oral, to drag Mr. Ofori-Atta here. But the NPP also should have an interest to bring Mr. Ofori-Atta down here. Because at the end of the day, all we're talking about, we say it is state money. All we're talking about, we say it's conflicts of interest. All we're talking about, we say it's corruption. All we're talking about, we say it's dipping your hand into the public purse without authorization. What we're talking about is family and friends. So if he has indeed done anything wrong, bring him down here. We are sick and tired of yes. No, we're sick and tired of it. The ordinary Ghanaian, even though may be happier today than before, is still interested in the accountability question. And we must not be talking around the issue. We must be zeroing in right into the heart of the issue. That accountability question must be answered. It has been left as a conundrum, and we cannot continue like that. We can't.
We most certainly can't. For me, the part which is a bit curious to me is the fact that the documentation has not or was not made available to the judge. And perhaps it's early days yet, right? In relation to the detention matter, because it serves nobody's interest really if he continues to be in ICE detention in the US. And so I am less fixated on, he's been released to be home with his family. Why has he been released? He's supposed to be in detention. And no, that's of little importance to us. My concern is, after more than 2 months, 3 months since we said that documentation in relation to extradition has been made available. Yes, we've been told it is in the hands of the US federal government and all of that. It appears the process is very slow.
The wheels of justice grind slowly.
Exactly. It does grind slowly, but
this one is slow.
You see that because we've heard the president say that we don't know when the guy can come back.
So
we've had other persons say we don't know when he's going to come back. Is it standard practice? And there are lots of people who are of the opinion that, look, we stand at a risk of not even having him returned because we haven't been able to successfully extradite anybody
him
from there.
Yeah.
And so that raises all sorts of concerns as to whether or not this is where it all ends. And this morning I will say that, look, we can bash the special prosecutor for lack of prosecutions and convictions.
Right.
But if there's one thing that I want to say this morning is that he was right all along. That in that the former finance minister
was not interested in coming home.
His interaction. We can have an argument as to the process and the means through which he was going about it, the commentary and all of that. But I was at all of the press conferences, and he started saying it from day one that the individual was not interested in being
coming
present.
home. Yeah, he doesn't want to come home.
That was the belief.
He put his name on the red alert.
Yes, that was the belief in his heart, and I think it almost justifies really his commentary and to an extent the manner in which he went about things, even though that's gained him a lot of criticism. He was very convinced in his mind from interaction with the lawyers and every other person that this person was not interested in coming home. So, and the action suggests
so. His lawyers, Ken Oforiatta's lawyers, Minka Premo, Bonsu, Bruce Catlin, and partners wrote yesterday, the 8th of April, signed by Justice Kusi Minka Premo, is a solicitor for Ken Oforiatta. He said on 7th April 2026, Ken Oforiatta was released from ICE detention pursuant to judicial order. He is home with his family. Mr. Oforiatta remains fully committed to use a due process in defense of his rights as guaranteed under the Constitution and laws of the United States, not of Ghana. He and his family remain thankful to God and all those who have offered prayers and support during this period. So he's not interested in the laws of Ghana. He wants to defend his rights under the United States law. OSP, come for your stone, eh? Kiseja Bim, Bayote. Do you have that song, Adani Best? Monia Etawa.
That's the title?
Oh, Georgie.
Yeah, I know it's...
Bayote. George. Yes, type George or something. You'll find it. Bayote.
Oh, but he has some very good songs as well.
Adani Best. You want Jatabi? You want
Matthew and Aite.
Yes, that's Matthew is where you find George.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
Matthew is where you find George.
So Kind Ketsi.
Yes.
Special prosecutor
in Ken Oforiatta. Bayote.
I come for your stone.
Yeah, he said it. We didn't believe it. But now we believe it.
Yeah. Very, very some way. Very, very.
We know now that Ken Oforiatta is at home with his family. He wants to defend his rights under United States law, not Ghanaian law. And he wants to use due process for that. And yes.
Let us know what you think as well.
He said,
of this one. We're streaming live on Facebook as well as on YouTube, and so you just share your thoughts with us this morning as well, and we will read that for you. A number of comments, but not in relation to what it is that we're discussing just as yet. So I'll bring that to you.
The Toyota later. Vox, you know.
Yeah.
So those were, I understand over 7,000. We have over 7,000 registered Toyota Vox in
over 7,000.
Yes. The committee yesterday, in addressing the press conference after their technical evaluation of the situation, said that we have over 725,000, 7,250 something, more than 7,000 registered. And you still drive through town and you see Toyota Voxy with DV and DP plates. It tells you that a lot more are coming in. But then the question is, we are not a right-hand drive country, right? We're a left-hand drive country.
Yeah.
These vehicles come through the port, or they come through our borders, and we have immigration officers and customs officers at the borders. They have police, we have national security, we have everything at the borders. How do they get into the country when we know that we are not a right-hand drive? We are not in the UK. We are not a right-hand drive country. So how do they get in? and then even get inland, go to Kumasi Magazine or wherever it is that they do their swapping for them to put it on the left-hand drive.
So what I know is, yesterday we were reading a regulation. I just have to find it during one of such conversations. But they are ferried, right? So rarely I've seen someone driving right hand in Accra before.
You need authorization from the minister.
Yes.
To be able to do that.
Yes.
And the committee said that when they checked, the minister had not given any explicit approval in writing.
So the law is there and everybody's...
The law is there and everybody's just doing what they want. I mean, we know it. This one you were talking about, VATs and many others. We know. So sometimes, because the vehicle itself is a right-hand drive vehicle, when they go and swap it, because it's not done properly, when you start the engine, it starts giving you the beep sound that, look, there's nobody in the driver's seat, but the car is on and it's mobile. So it keeps giving you the indication, ping, ping, ping. That's why you have most of these drivers, they just activate the seat belts. And we all watching, they go past police barrier. In fact, the police have done a good job, because I know that I was having a conversation with somebody at the police, somebody at DVLA, and then a mechanic as well. It was a mechanic who told me there's about 6 months ago, and I spoke with a senior police person, and I said, look, this is what a mechanic has told me, that the vehicles are brought in, they are right-hand drive, they do the swapping, and because of that, it loses a certain stability, because the engineers who designed the car and put everything together, they knew where to put what weight. All right? They knew where to put what weight. So now you have come to put all the weight on one side.
Are people, to the magazine people, they are competent?
I didn't say they are not, but that's far. And some of the drivers, some of the Voxy drivers, some who survived the accident, they tell you at some point they lose control of the weight of the vehicle. They themselves have said it on many other stations.
That's why I asked the question. It's a fine line, right? Is it more about the individual and overspeeding as compared to just the vehicle? Because I'll be honest with you, I've used the VITs to do Ho and Accra and Cape Coast and Accra before. They change from right to left.
Right.
And I know for a fact that for every vehicle, when you speed, the vehicle becomes lighter.
That's right.
That's why a lot of people, I'll not do free markets, but a lot of people prefer a certain brand of vehicle, because
Benz
when you
BMW,
when you speed, you decided
the car sits on the road. Yeah.
Exactly, and so it becomes heavier. Yeah. But for every other vehicle, when you begin to realize that
the car is elevated,
and it's so. I asked that question.
So I
asked that question more about the individual or the overspeeding, or is it about the vehicle? Because there have been questions, and this one I was throwing about the questions which have been asked. 207. I remember when I was growing up, there were lots of campaigns about 207 buses and what it was doing to us on the road. In fact, the Ford buses which do the Cape Coast, Kumasi, Takoradi are known to also speed mightily on the road as well. I'm not sure those ones also do right to left. So yes, there is the concern as to the standards and the safety protocols, which very right in asking that. But can we also ask a question about what the individuals do, which is
a fair point. I mean, it's just like this Aboboya conversation, the tricycles. You have people who have ridden tricycles, and I would use those who sell fast-moving consumer goods. These provisions, as we call it in our local parlance, and you have tricycles. They have tricycles, but it's been, they built a certain cage around the shade. Yes, and those are tricycles. You hardly find those involved in accidents because they are taking care of whatever it is. But you find a lot of these Abuboyas obviously being ridden by people who have no knowledge in driving. They have no knowledge in whether the line is
I wonder if
solid.
They even have licenses when they are moving
the
on
point. And they just crisscross and cause accidents and what have you. Do you know that the person is on a threat? We know that this has been happening in this country. We know that even the Benz buses and things that they bring here, most of them are cargo and delivery vans.
Not our favorite Sprinter.
Yes. And then they come and cut the sides of the vans, and then they fit them with glasses here, right? And then when they finish, they will fabricate chairs and put them in there. Sometimes so discomforting, but people have gotten used to it because as a state, we have failed to provide transportation for our people. I was using the UK example. You could be a private man in the United Kingdom and have, let's say, 40. We as a country have failed to provide the standard. And so the people are trying to make do. It's just like what people are now doing. Everybody literally is digging up a borehole because they are not too comfortable and not too sure if Ghana Water will have water supply for them throughout the year. You get the point?
Yeah.
People now are going the solar way because they are not sure when their lights will go off and they will get some fine English to explain to them. So people are taking their destinies into their own hands. They say, oh, there's water table here. They dig a borehole. They use a pump for it. They purify their own water and they drink it. So when their bills come from Ghana Water Company, it's something small, drink. And as a country, we are sitting and watching the people do what they think. We'll get to a point where you can find, maybe 15 houses on one stretch. Everybody has dug a borehole. You know what that does? It creates a fault line. The engineers have said it creates a fault line because everybody has dug so deep. All the 15 homes have boreholes, and they possibly may be along the same line. If there's a little tremor, lawu. So we need to be very careful. I mean, thank God it's better late than never, but our police also has to help us. If you see a vehicle that's supposed to be right-hand drive and suddenly it is left-hand drive, stop the vehicle. Ask the person if the person has authorization from the ministry, from the minister specifically. Demand for that. If they don't have, compound the vehicle. The man can go, compound the vehicle.
That should extend, if we want to play by the book, right? Should extend to the garages. Because the garages are selling the vehicles. In fact, not just it should start from the port. Whoever is importing the vehicle,
right?
The areas where these vehicles are being changed from left hand to right hand, all of those should come up for introspection.
Yeah.
Right. If we're having this conversation, all of it should be opened up for introspection. Who brings the vehicle in to start off with? Why are you bringing this vehicle in when we do right hand? When we do left hand
drive, you're bringing a right hand drive vehicle.
Right. So all of that should be brought into question. Then we move to standardization and
Mawuena, if you have
ensuring
Mawuena,
that
if you
it's
have
done
a
right.
sidearm, if you have a firearm now,
You have to get
the minister, you have to get authorization, you have to get a license for it. And if the police comes to you and you have it, if you cannot prove that you have the right authorization and right license for it,
immediately
you are in trouble.
You are in trouble.
You are in big trouble. Why is it that anybody or commit a crime with it or hurt people with it? Now, here is Toyota Voxy. That is carrying lives. And consistently, if you look at the road accident crashes, Toyota Voxy, is it LT buses or what do they call it? The Sprinter buses.
Yes, Sprinter.
Go and check the accident rates. Not in recent time. Toyota Voxy, they say buy and check. Check Sprinter. And consistently, everybody is quiet. We only come and report because when human beings die, it becomes statistics to us. Okay, so last year, 3,000 people died. This year, it has reduced by maybe 15. So it's 285 people who have died. So we are making progress. 285 lives are agro. We the human beings have now become statistics. Elsewhere, even if one person dies, it's a big problem. So the work of the committee must not just end there. The work of the committee and what they have found, per their technical expertise and experience, should be actualized. If the person, so now if I had a committee, I say, oh, it's not good for commercial purposes. So is it good for private, what do you call it? Private riding. And what does private riding mean? So I own a Voxy.
Is the point?
So I own a Voxy. Mawuena is my friend. So Mawuena, let's go to the beach. So I said,
road trip.
I said, I'm bringing my wife and my 2 children. So you are bringing your girlfriend and your sister. So already you are in there, I'm there. That's 2, right? My wife 3, your girlfriend 4, your sister 5, my children 6, 7. We will fit into the Voxy. And then suddenly we become the same number of people and the same weight. That could have been commercial if you were paying. So is the committee saying that if you are not paying for a commercial trip, then it is okay to have Voxy fully loaded? What exactly are they saying? If the thing is not fit for purpose, take them off the road. If the thing is not fit for purpose, take them off the road. Take them off the road. Take them off the road. I had an occasion to send a video. Somebody sent me a video on the Kumasi Road of a Voxy driver who was doing some foolish overtaking, and it took the ingenuity of a truck driver who was on the other side to slide so that he could just meander through that small, at top speed, in between a truck and a bus. Somebody took a video of and I shared the video, the number plates, they tracked him. I shared it with now ACP Alexander Obeng, and good morning to you, sir. And they worked swiftly on it. He was taken to court.
The driver,
yes, taken to court, prosecuted, fined. In fact, he was a first-time offender, so he was fined, and that's it. But given a stern warning. Why? If the thing is not good, it is not good. Take them off the road. Save lives.
You see, this example you gave is why in all of the conversation we will have about the quality of the vehicle, whether or not it's in good health, you cannot take out the aspect of the individuals. Because the last time I was in Kumasi, which was almost like a year or so ago, I haven't been to Kumasi anymore. You see vehicles, when everybody's on the road, some people drive in the middle of the road. Always
even
facing,
here in Accra,
always facing the oncoming
opposite
vehicle.
direction.
Always consistent. It's as if they are in a hurry, never before seen. They must get. So I was, and I will not mention names. My brother lives in Kumasi, works there, and so
he wanted to block
there.
the guy.
No. He was going back to Kumasi and said, he was going to pick this specific bus. I was like,
Chairman,
there is no reason, there is no basis why you should be in a bus like that.
Where are you in a hurry to?
Whatever it is, I'm saying you cannot be in a hurry.
Because we were telling him, where are you in a hurry to?
Yes.
You will get to Kumasi anyway.
And I told him that if there is an emergency, don't enter a vehicle where you cannot guarantee your safe arrival, where you will become an emergency in place of the emergency you were seeking. No emergency is more important than your life, such that you will leave all else and go and be in a vehicle which there is a lane for that car, but drives consistent, facing the on-rushing vehicles. I don't know what. For the passengers who sit in the vehicle to start off with, I don't know what runs through your head when consistently you are living on the edge when you are when you are on your way to Kumasi. That's for me. I cannot understand it.
It's crazy, and you know, people actually go to the lorry parks and say, oh, as for this one, it will take me there. So you know the journey is supposed to be 4 hours, right? And then you get there, and then you want to do it in 2 because there's a certain crazy driver who perhaps has gone to have some tramadol or some alcohol-infused energy drink. He's not seeing anything. He's seeing everybody on the road like ants. And we have had cause to interview some of them here who take, what do you call it, all those tramadol and Unim Red and all. We've interviewed some of them here, right in this studio, where they've told us that, look, when they finish taking those things and they are heavily induced, they come sit behind the steering wheel and it's as if there's nobody who is a human being right before them. Everybody else becomes like some small ant, and I don't know.
So the legislation in question is the we have the GRA vehicle importation guidelines on what sort of vehicles should come in.
Right.
Then there's Road Safety Authority, and then the Right Hand Traffic Act as well, amongst others. But certainly it's a conversation that is of interest to quite a number of individuals, and we'll seek to.
I saw a comment on a stream. It's gone up. The gentleman sought to suggest that we are talking as if we don't know why the NPP doesn't want Ofori-Atta to come, because if he comes down, a lot of the big men and big women who served in government with him will go to jail. So that's the more reason they may not be interested. And that's his opinion, though. It is not the general rule. But Mawuena, I want us to go back to the engineers and planners conversation. Yesterday, I took time after the show to scan the media, and I listened to mainstream media, critical media, even bloggers. The narrative I get is that you find people say, oh, we don't have a problem if it is engineers and planners getting it. But why must he be the president's brother? I'm sure you heard that argument too.
Yes, there's a concern of curing the conflict of interest. We've had
so how is the conflict of interest? This is a man who's been working since 1996, doing the same job since 1996. Jerry Rawlings came, went. President Kufuor came, went. President Mills came, went. President Mahama came, went. President Akufo-Addo came, has gone. John Mahama has come back again. This is the time we think that we can raise a conflict of interest question.
Perception matters.
Well, is perception reality?
But perception
we
will
are,
not always
we are on the
reality,
global stage talking about reparations.
Yeah.
What are we seeking to achieve? Reparations must start here. The reparation that we are seeking, ask Bruni to do, give us our due and respect us and consider us as equals. You heard that the Burkina Faso president. He said, look, France, when they come to us and we have to have conversations, we must talk as equals, not as master and slave. We're talking about reparations. It must start here. Did you see the letter that Goldfields wrote on behalf of engineers and planners in November 2025? They said they have worked with them. They know their capacity and their competence. And they would, on any day, this is Obronio talking about his black friend, not black brother. And then the black brothers are saying, no, don't give it to him. The black brothers say, no, don't give it to him. The president, I don't think that the president would deny helping his brother even without using his private jet. Mawuena, you are my brother, and I'm the one sharing the food. Am I supposed to wear your sneakers before I give you food? This is a simple question. Am I supposed to wear your sneakers before I give you food? You are my brother. I'm the one sharing the food. I have the ladle. Even in secondary school, he who holds the ladle holds the power. Now I'm holding the ladle as the man in charge of all the food. My brother is in the queue. He has some nice sneakers that I've been eyeing, or that I think I can wear to also look bougie. Must I wear those sneakers before I give him food? It's a question. The president could have done it without, but say, go through the process. Now, what we are doing with all this commentary is to literally impugn the integrity of the technical people who sat down, who have been working at the Minerals Commission since 19 We are now impugning their integrity by asking questions as though they didn't know their left from their right. What is painful for me is that a big opportunity as this came up, he didn't find GCB Bank being interested. This whole conversation about giving it to engineers and planners or Heathrow Fields or Vortex or Maripoma was for us to take charge of our resources. No?
Yeah, that's
and we are told that Daman mine is the richest of all our mines. The most deepest surface mining you can find anywhere in Africa. GCB Bank is owned by us. ADB is owned by us. You know the banks who are supporting? ABSA and Stanbic.
Of connections outside.
They are not Ghanaian banks. It's good for them, it's business, but where's our GCB? Where's our ADB? Where's our NIB? I said we were talking about reparations. It must start from here.
So
it must start from here. Look, the white man all along, and this engineers and planners have been contractors.
Yeah, they've been contractors at the mine.
What do they do? The equipment that is being used either at Taka or Damine or name them the mines where engineers and planners are contractors. Who owns those equipment? The people who operate the machines, the people who supervise those who operate the machines, the people who run the mines. Who has employed them? And who are they? Are they Ghanaians? And throughout this period, since 1996, when this has been happening, have the white man or has the white man who contracted engineers and planners to come and work for him, has the white man ever complained? These are very simple questions. So now, if the white man himself says that, let's give it to your own black man, let him do the thing, why should he have a problem with it? Then suddenly LGBTQ comes. LGBTQ is not important, but giving the man mind to your brother is important. Come on. Must we politicize everything?
No. So for me, I am minded about conflict of interest and the conversations about how to cure the conflict.
Right.
The question and yesterday I heard you speak to one of the Minerals Commission.
The Minerals Commission,
legal advisor.
Yes.
Is it legal advisor?
It's the head of legal affairs.
Head of legal affairs is in answering what has happened throughout this entire bidding process. Has it answered the question as to the concerns about a conflict of interest? And I've heard a number of analysts.
You see, the conflict of interest is a narrative that is being forcefully pushed.
No,
President John Mahama.
I would disagree if he says it's being forcefully pushed.
It's forcefully pushed. President John Mahama, he uses his brother's jet. Correct.
No, I don't even want us to mix up.
That is the basis for conflict of interest. Unless you haven't followed the argument. The basis for this whole conflict of interest is that it is the president's brother and he has a jet and the president uses his jet, so the president thinks that he has to do something in return for him. That is the basis of the conflict of interest.
No, that's what
I'm saying. That's how it started. That same aircraft is used by His Royal Majesty 24722, who has boldly said in public that, hey, if we will give it to Ibrahim Mahama for him to use, for him to do the mine, let us give it to him if he has the capacity and the competence to do it. Would you also say that Otunfo has conflict of interest? That's why he made that public statement, because he's been using the plane.
No.
And have you not realized that the people who are making all these noises, they are able to come at you, they're able to come at me, they're able to come at political communicators and everybody else. When Otunfo made that comment, did you see them go at him? They would dare not. You will go against Opimswo. You will speak up in public against him. How would you go to your home in Kumasi? How would you go to your family? No, I'm coming. I'm making a point. Then it didn't end there. The former Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, on a respected platform like the Economic IEA, Institute of Economic Affairs, IEA, she made a press conference and she said she is surprised that up until this time, after all that we know, we are now talking about foreign inclusion still in, and people are saying give it to a foreigner instead. She was surprised, gobsmacked indeed. This is an individual who, at the height of DDEP, and everybody knows where she comes from and how family ties may have connected her to the former president and his family. She still, without having her money in those investments, went out on the street, former Chief Justice, with a placard.
I was there that day.
To say, give the people their money. It is wickedness. It is da. A younger man, fit to be her son, fired back. He said, this one will be pain brain. Now, these are two individuals at least who have spoken. The Zimbabweans found Mr. Ibrahim Mahama, is it Zimbabwe or Zambia, the copper mine. They found him worthy enough to give him that to do. And I'm saying that the same goldfields, the heat goldfields that is in this conversation, they are the very people who have written to say that the man is qualified, give him the job. I've struggled to see where the conflict of interest comes in. Is it because it is his brother? So when his brother was in opposition, right? Or prior to his brother becoming vice president and subsequently president. And then when his brother went into opposition and he was still doing mining, he was still doing excavation, he was still doing Jata cement and other things. Why did anybody not say that he was in conflict of interest? Why did anybody not say that?
Fair point.
We should be able as a country to follow the Nigerian example to build businesses that last beyond political regimes. We have killed Apia Minka. We have killed Akuko Dako. We have killed plenty businesses because we attach politics to it. The people who work in those factories are not all members of one political party. The people who work in those factories, I'm very passionate about this.
For that,
I'm very passionate about this. Look, Dangote, Nigeria took a deliberate decision to support Dangote. Do you think that what McDonald is going through, with he owing Ghana Airport and he not getting the money to pay immediately, and you see how the GAN chiefs and everybody are Dan chiefs, everybody is coming together to say, oh, please give him time, he will pay. Do you think that Nigeria did that to Dangote? They made a deliberate effort. They banned cement. Nigeria banned rice importation. They're creating wealth for their own people. Anya, they know that when Dangote has money, Dangote is able to sort people out. What do we stand to gain if Ibrahim Awad and engineers and planners don't get this? What do we stand to gain? Somebody says, take my old aircraft and use it as a medical ambulance for when people need to be taken out of this country because we have failed to even build a proper health infrastructure. When people need help, put them in it for free and take them. Somebody's eyes gets shot. Say, oh, come. Let me fix it for you. Go. Somebody's kidney, somebody's liver. Where is he supposed to be stealing the money from to be able to do these things?
Nobody say he should.
That one, it is not conflict of interest. When the man cooks jollof and serves you, it's not conflict of interest.
Let me make the point.
When you now have to wash the bowl and he says, "Oh, let your son wash," it says conflict of interest.
Let me make the point that I'm making. Right.
Go ahead. Make your point.
I make this point and say very emphatically that. The connection with the president's use of his jet and all of that is not where I. That's not the basis.
I'm saying that is that's how the conversation started.
No. So I am making the point that whether or not he uses his brother's jet is immaterial. If the president wasn't using his brother's jet, there will still be questions asked as to process and procedure, because whether we like it or not, there is optics. And we, as persons in government, always have to be mindful as to perception and how things are perceived. The question I ask is, per all of the explanation, because there is conflict of interest doesn't mean something is happening wrong. That's the basis I want us to establish, that when we say there's conflict of interest, it doesn't automatically become corruption or the fact that someone is doing something wrong. The conflict of interest suggests there could be avenues where things could be skewed for somebody. That is why the question is always asked, how do you cure the conflict? How do you divulge and say that, oh, this and this is the case, but look at it. There's nothing wrong.
But has that not been done, Mawuena?
You see, that's what I'm saying. That
has been done.
Let me make the point. Let me make the point.
Mawuena, you and I.
Let me make the point.
You and I. We went to the prestigious GIJ.
Yeah.
Now Unimark, IG.
Yeah.
We were taught something in school, in our political communication lessons. Do you remember a man called Joseph Goebbels?
Yes.
Goebbels. Who was Hitler's minister?
Yes.
Goebbels.
Propaganda.
Yes. Do you know what
Goebbelian?
Do you know what
theory.
Goebbels said? He said a lie that is repeated over time becomes the truth.
Yeah.
That's one. That's Goebbels lessons number one.
Yes.
Now, do you remember the technique of propaganda called bandwagon?
Yeah,
you remember bandwagon? You whip everybody in line.
People in line.
Do you remember glittering generalities?
Yeah.
It's a propaganda.
That was under logic and critical thinking.
I can go on and give you. We went to school. We have degrees in these things. When we see psy-ops, we see it. I'm saying that in 2022, when Ibrahim Mahama expressed interest in this Dama mine, the conversation was about he and his brother belonging to one side of the political divide. This was under Nanado. It was never about him being the president's brother. And there's evidence to show that he got
a letter from the previous administration.
Yes, that's look.
That Abu Jinapo was clear, and they didn't had no objection.
Had Abu Jinapo, who was Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, who was MP for Damongo, who is known to be an MPP member. His brother is NDC. He is the Minister for Energy and Renewable Energy and whatever, all of this now. Had he drunk some petrol at the time when he was writing the letter to... No, I'm coming.
No.
And is it even a crime for your business to survive and thrive because your brother is a president?
No, it's
not.
I'm asking
this because I'm saying we have seen businesses collapse in this country.
Was it
not
at the Kwewu Business Forum that there were questions were asked as to why there are no intergenerational businesses that have existed?
And I am saying that we in this country have made it so because somebody starts the business just because they are connected to somebody. They will say, oh, this is, look, there are people who are
had reason to criticize a lot of
there are people who are above that low thinking, low budget Togo jeans sort of thinking. So even though they are NDC and they know that in Siomunam restaurants belongs to President Akufo-Addo's daughter, they will go there and go and eat. Because it is food they are looking for. And they are looking for a certain kind of quality, fish meal to have. And they know when they go there, they will enjoy themselves. So they will go there.
I want to read.
There are those who are insistent to say that this one is MPP Choba. I won't go there. And that's the pettiness that we are bringing to this table.
I want to read a bit.
The man has worked since 1996. Nobody, in fact, even at some point he came and said, look, I want to desilt the door for you for free.
Yeah, that was a huge. We
gave $43 million. Where did the money go? $43 million US. Where did the money go?
You see,
Massa, let me spark my plug.
So let me finish the point I'm making.
You finish the point. You read the comment before they get missing.
No, I have it on lock, so I from the beginning I can see it. The point I seek to make is that there will be questions asked, and you're right to say that. I mean, we all have seen the trajectory of how all of this has played out, but I'm saying, in terms of the optics, persons behind have to ask question whether or not the conflict has been cured. And I make the point that conflict of interest doesn't mean there is wrong happening. That's why I start the conversation off from saying that
going over 6,000 people.
In fact, it's been said that when his brother comes, his business even suffers.
It suffers because people now start
looking. That's the point I'm making.
So if there is no conflict of interest, and you have a few overzealous modern day Joseph Goebbels trying to create that impression, why should we be tagging along with them?
No.
Are you saying to me that if Akunta Mines
has the
had the
competencies
capacity
and all of that,
and the money and the competencies and everything else, that my mind will be there for us to be discussing it today. I'm saying 4 individuals, 4 companies bid for Damai. They went through the process. They were asking for VAT clearance, tax clearance, this clearance, that clearance, that clearance. They did. 2 of them did not have it, so they did not jump to the find me the thing.
Relax.
They did not jump to it. They did not go to the 3rd phase.
Calm down.
Right. And then when it came to money, how long? And they
were able to put $505 million.
I've had the argument being made that they were 7 days. They had 7 days, and 7 days they had 4 holidays, so they had only 3 days to go and generate 500 million. Masa, my good friend Jonathan Syme at ADB, whose father will be buried later this month, and I have many other banker friends. They tell you it doesn't take 3 years to generate a letter of credit or guarantee.
Oh, you can do it. In fact,
there are people who enter the banking hall
on that
and
argument,
because of their relationship with the bank and how trustworthy they are, etc., they can get an LC standing there in 30 minutes.
On that,
what are you talking about?
On that argument, here's the point I make. That's why I'm saying that. You see, I don't make these arguments. I don't ask these questions because I'm not a believer in Ghanaian.
Oh no,
companies.
I'm not saying that.
No,
you are just,
because some of the comments will I'm not even concerned.
You are just re-echoing what the Joseph Goebbels are saying.
No, I'm not re-echoing what Joseph Goebbels are saying.
You are also asking questions.
If there's anything, what I believe in strongly is that billionaires drive change. And I was privileged to have, I say privileged because we're in a developing country. And we've seen the story told as to how America developed. Andrew Carnegie, Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, and you name them. Billionaires who led industries and drove the development of America. So I will not sit here and argue that, oh, don't give it to a Ghanaian, give it to this. No, that's not the argument. In fact, I even am of the opinion that our high-end business individuals are lazy because they do not drive innovation in whatever sector they lead. What innovation have we been able to push? If we want to look at mining and construction industry, what real innovation have we seen brought on board such that they are pushing and driving development? Rails were built across the length and breadth of America by the industry of one man.
Yeah.
You understand? So I even am of the opinion that we are not seeing our rich folks or billionaires doing research and all of that. We're not seeing that.
Do you know why? Do you know why you don't see that, Mawuena?
Because the politics kills.
People will come and look. Now we are not interested in person A has money, person B has money, person C has money, and these are the numbers of people that they have employed. These are the families that they are feeding, the employment that they are giving to these individuals who work with them, and these are the other businesses that they are trying to incubate and
maybe
grow.
Maybe they die too early.
Now, what we are interested in is comparing. Oh, Ibrahim Mahama has more money than Despite, or Despite has more. That is also an argument that's out there. It doesn't drive anything. But you'll be surprised that some people throw that into the public domain. We are talking lives here. We are talking livelihoods here. We are talking families here. We are talking community development here. And I'm a DEFCON graduate. We are talking all of those things. So we are not just interested in a bunch of people who want to throw dust into the are hungry for scandal, who are looking for the next scandal just to bounce back. If there's any bouncing back to do, bring Mr. Foriata, let him come and answer for his atrocities against the people. No, bring him. Let him come and answer. National Cathedral spending, let him come and answer.
Right.
Bring him, let him come and DDEP, let him come and answer. People have lost their family members through the DDEP, through many other things. That should be the weightier matters that should be. This morning.
Messages.
The Daman mine, that's 24 hours.
Yeah, they're working
24 hours. So that means they are running day shift and night shift. Right? There's in between. There are those who hold the gap while day shift and night shift changes. There's in between. Do you know how much money that is going to be spent as salary, food, transport, like the ripple effect? Who is providing fuel for them? I understand it's Zen, right? Do you know how much money Zen is getting?
Zen is a local. It's a local.
And
OMC.
Q. So the people who work with Zen or at Zen, they are also going together because of just one job that's been created. Oh, look at the ripple effect. And you have a few people sitting there who say, hey, screaming. Let's give it to the white man. When we give it to the white man, how much do we get? That's the conversation.
Right.
At least if the money stays here, we know that when next we'll food dwa, now we boost our phone to me and Buawa. If you call on Mr. Ibrahim, where is he supposed to steal the money to help you?
No. That's the part of the argument.
No. It must be said.
But let me. Ohima Maxis says, good morning to the entire Sunrise morning team. In fact, Ghana is not a serious country in fighting corruption. Ken Oforiatta is living comfortable after putting our country in financial hardship under Nanado administration. NPP and NDC are saying the future of our country is not safe. Juliet Kaswa. Okay, so there's a different name.
Julie in Kaswa. She's a long-time listener. Julie, how are you?
Okay, this I can't read because it's seeking to insult.
No.
Johnny, I think we assume that people are more careful when they travel with family. And we've been talking about a number of things. So this is in relation to
the Voxy.
The Voxy vehicle. It's Pauline and Charlie. Johnny, I think we assume that people are more careful when they travel with family. When used as public transport, money becomes the focus, which increases the danger.
I agree.
She says.
I agree with her. I agree with her. And you know, Mawuena, just before you go to the next one, another variable that we forgot when we got to the transportation conversation are the owners of the vehicles.
Putting pressure on the
drivers to make sales. And sometimes you travel from here to a place like Takwa in a vehicle. You are going to do some quick running and return. You'll be shocked that the driver that took you to Takwa 7 hours is the one whose bus you're going to sit in. And I mean, but the point is that you reject or refuse to sit in that vehicle. But how do you know that the next vehicle has also not just come back from Accra or Kumasi?
Yeah.
And it's a big problem. Elsewhere, the driver comes at least 3-4 hours. They knock off for the night, and then the next morning at dawn, they are energized to come. The owners of the vehicles must also stop. It happens to taxi drivers, it happens to trotro drivers, it happens to Uber drivers, it happens to boat drivers, it happens to Yango drivers, it happens to all of them.
Right.
People want to survive, so they are quiet. That's slavery. And reparation is not about slavery.
The next part we'll look at is the work and pay agreement and all of that. But Kojo David says a bag of rice, 200 cedis, Accra to Tamale 360, Accra to Tamale flight 6,428. My farmers, how are you traveling? He's asking because of the prices.
It's a critical question.
Yeah, Paulina returns and asks, Mawuena, shouldn't you survive as a Ghanaian in Ghana because you are unfortunate that your brother happens to be the president? This is very fair and discriminatory.
Very
Paulina,
unfair.
That's a legitimate question.
And I agree with Paulina.
To ask. Then Kojo Fiagwa says the whole pain from the NPP against Ibrahim Mahama is jealousy and pain. Ibrahim is not their kinsman. He is not one of them. Is the argument he's making.
Kojo, slow down.
And then Wahab SL says, Big brother, please, good morning. They want to contribute as well.
They want us to activate the phone line.
To activate the phone line. So
Lois.
So that they'll share their thoughts as well. But we're going to make way for
Isaac Amangwa says, please, have you stopped the bite? No, we haven't stopped the bite. But this morning we are biting, right? Still biting. This one, you want us to chew? Don't worry, we'll bite.
So that's it. On your comments which you've been sending to us. You can still be a part of the show. It's running from now till 10 a.m. and these conversations are some of them that we'll continue to have. That the business people and we will have conversations as to how they continue to die every now and then. And
let me just remind listeners that we're live on Kesmi 107.1 in Tamale, and the CEO of Kesmi, Kessi Ibrahim himself, is listening to us. Alaji, that's about Kaula.
Oh, Alaji, good morning. Good morning.
Alaji, we wish you all the best. Thank you. So Kesmi 107.1 in Tamale, we're loud and live in Tamale. And
absolutely,
the transgenerational businesses must survive. You know, there are businesses in this country that are either run by Lebanese, Surinamese, or
the foreign
Indians,
nationals more often than not see all of their business.
I worked in a factory, right? A factory. That factory has changed hands, but if you trace it, it's the same family line. I worked at a restaurant, an Indian restaurant. The man is now grown and old. His children are now the ones running the show. So there's a deliberate thing to make the business survive. We talk about PZ. We talk about, name them, all those things that we talk. They are not Ghanaian-owned stuff. They are not by Ghanaians. When it comes to the Ghanaian man, then we are looking at, Safo Kantanka, engineer Safo Kantanka is dead and gone. Will he die with his legacy?
His children will have to carry it on.
Exactly my point. So we must not get a few modern day overzealous Joseph Goebbels who are against the whole idea of giving businesses to Ghanaian people and trying to create a conflict of interest situation where there is none, to tell us that somebody has been working since 1996 doing the same thing consistently is now not fit for purpose. Mawuena, if I don't know how to do anything, fine, let me ask Akosia. Akosia, you know how to do tomato stew. You have been cooking for a long time, right? Yes. But you know how to do tomato stew?
Yes.
And jollof? Yes. She's being careful. So now, because you cook tomato stew consistently, if I give you ingredients to prepare tomato stew, it's not a difficult thing for you, would it be?
Exactly.
It will not be a difficult thing for you. If you do the same thing consistently, you become an expert. That's how people become consultants, blah, blah, blah. And I'm saying that we went through the process. They were asking for wholly owned Ghanaian company. Prove it. 0. Valid tax clearance. Prove it. 0. VAT, valid SNIT clearance. Prove it. 0. Valid VAT clearance. 0. Incorporation certificate. 0. 100,000 cedis. Just to come and apply for the thing. 0. 2 companies couldn't get it. Then you come back to say, the thing was already cooked. It was cooked how? If you had qualms and when the committee was formed, you could have written a petition to the committee to raise these concerns. Let's not be fooled by modern day Joseph Goebbels who are looking for scandals where there are no scandals. Hear him so I gospel.
That's Johnnie Hughes here on the 3FM Sunrise, and we're running till 10 a.m. Akosia is here as well, whose review on her jollof I'm finding very questionable.
Questionable.
Is your jollof
listen,
top of the peak?
Everybody has the
culinary might.
No, I am not one of.
So which one are you most potent at?
Yeah, it can just be by the side. Wash the bowl, wash it. Go and blend the tomatoes. I'll go and blend it. Bring the salt out. Bring it. Yeah, like
you are
moral support.
You are a great assistant.
Thank you.
In the delivery of the deliverables.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Let's get into sports. Akosia is here, after which we're back with a bit more for you here on the 3FM Sunrise.
Well, good morning once again. You're still listening to Sunrise on 3FM. It's now time for the sports updates with me, Akosia AJ. We'll be hearing from Sharaf Mahama and his Legacy Rise team as they prepare for their latest boxing bout that's dubbed The Rise Continues. In Senegal, the CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, has defended the decision of the Confederation of African Football's Appeals Board to strip Senegal of the 2025 AFCON title. Ghana's U17 national team, the Black Starlets, have been drawn in Group D ahead of the 2026 AFCON. Let's settle for the details. Welcome back. You're still listening to Sunrise Sports on 3FM with me, Akosia AJ. And in less than 48 hours, Legacy Rise will line up a host of boxers to compete in their latest bout dubbed The Rise Continues as part of efforts to uplift Ghana's boxing standards. The face-off took place at Jamestown. My colleague Andrew Sefa Banfo has more in this report.
On Friday, the latest installment of Legacy Rise's bout will take place at the Bokom Arena in Accra. Ahead of the much-anticipated heavyweight clashes, boxers thronged the Jamestown Lighthouse for their respective face-off earlier on Wednesday. As part of a continuous and conscious effort to raise the standards of boxing in Ghana to the next level, CEO of Legacy Rise, Sharaf Mahama, reiterated the vision of the sports organization.
Mainly is to impact, the young athletes in, Ghana, Jamestown, rather than them venturing into, bad habits on the streets. Boxing is a way to, instill discipline and, be progressive, especially when it comes to, your habits and stuff.
So do you believe we have what it takes to produce another world champion?
Most definitely. I think we just need to, sanitize our, industry a little bit, and then, once the system is working, the talent is always here. There's a lot of talent in Ghana, so, yeah.
The headline bout is expected to take place between Ghana's Theophilus Alote and Namibia's Jonas Erastus over 10 rounds for the vacant WBA Africa Gold Super Flyweight title. The 23-year-old Ghanaian has vowed to defeat his Namibian counterpart.
I'm here to do the face-off, so I want to see my opponent before I will say anything else. So they should come and support me on Friday, which is 10th April. I'm gonna stop my opponent, definitely. Because no one can beat me here, no one can beat me. Because before you can beat me, you have to train more than me. And also, I'm not sitting down for you to train more than me before you can beat me. So you should expect something special from me. No pressure. I've passed all the pressure in the gym. So when I go to the ring, no much pressure on me.
Together with Alote, Sademama, who is in line to feature in the Women's WBA Africa Super Welter division, remains confident of defeating her opponent, Ivanusa Morera.
Whatever won, by God's grace, we're getting a victory regardless. I'm here to defend my title that I worked very hard for. So, yeah, I'm not going to do any predictions, but just know it's going to be a victory. I mean, there's always pressure regardless, but, Philippians 4:13 is what I live by, so it's all good.
All roads lead to the Bokom Arena as Friday determines who rises.
Well, The Rise Continues will be live on TV3. In some other stories, the president of the Confederation of African Football, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, has defended the decision of CAF's Appeals Board to strip Senegal of the 2025 AFCON title after the team walked off the pitch in the final. Speaking to the media in Dakar, Motsepe admitted that he was responsible for handing out the medals to Senegal after the West African side beat Morocco in the final, but the rules of the game must be applied to the latter.
So what I'm trying to avoid is every time I have a press conference, this is the question they ask me, because it is a legitimate question. I gave Sadio Mane the gold medal. I gave Koulibaly the gold medal. I gave Sadio Mane the trophy. I gave Sadio Mane 10 million American dollars, but I have to follow the law and I have to respect the rules and the regulation. So a decision was made by the CAF disciplinary board. The head of the CAF disciplinary board comes from Senegal, and he could not participate in that meeting because he comes from Senegal. And I can tell you, I'm very proud of him.
CAF President Dr. Patrice Motsepe there. Elsewhere, Ghana's U17 national team, the Black Starlets, have been handed a challenging yet exciting group following the official draw for the 2026 U17 African Cup of Nations. Ghana has been placed in Group D alongside continental heavyweights South Africa, Senegal and Algeria. Scheduled to take place in Morocco from May 13th to June 2nd, 2026, the competition will feature 16 of the best youth teams across the continent battling for top honors. Ghana secured their place in the tournament after an impressive run at the 2025 WAFU Zone B U17 Championship in Ivory Coast, where they finished as runners-up. Let's head to Europe now, because the first leg of the Champions League quarterfinals concluded on Wednesday night. Barcelona suffered a 2-0 home defeat to Atletico Madrid after going down to 10 men following a red card defender foul on the stroke of halftime. Goals from Julian Alvarez gave Atletico Madrid the win at the Spotify Camp Nou. Barcelona coach Hansi Flick, who says his team has the quality to overturn the results in the second leg.
We have the quality. I said before, we have the quality to come back. This is our goal. Now we have to think positive. I'm proud about my team, how they play, but at the end also we have big chances for Marcus, a lot of in the first half. So, but it's like that, and we have to accept it. But we have to go on.
Barcelona manager Hansi Flick there. Meanwhile, their forward Marcus Rashford has also bemoaned the missed opportunities against Atletico Madrid as a major reason for the team's failure on the night.
This team is always going to create chances because there's just so much quality in the team and in possession. In the midfield, we can play out from the back. We can in possession is no problems. We just need to go with the intent to score the goals. And today the goal didn't go in, but we cannot shy away from the responsibility to try to take these chances. Because on another day, on another night, they go in. So. We have to be aware we are playing against a team that has huge amounts of quality, and they show today. So in the second leg, we have to be aware of this, but we have to show ourselves and try to come back to the game.
Barcelona player Marcus Rashford there. Meanwhile, Atletico Madrid, on the other hand, have a huge advantage and are on the cusp of sealing a semi-final berth. Despite the first leg advantage, Nigerian forward Ademola Lookman believes the team has all it takes, believes the team has it all to do in the second leg.
No, good result, good performance from the team, especially not to concede here. That shows the work that everybody's been doing togetherness. So yeah, very good result. Yeah, no, it's going to be a massive challenge, a massive game. We know that. So calm heads for sure, and take every game as they come. So good victory today, but on to the next game.
Atletico Madrid player Ademola Lookman there. In the other game of the night, PSG ran out comfortable victors in Paris, defeating Liverpool 2-0. A Desiree Doué deflected shot trickled into the net before Mazi ran left. Liverpool puzzled as the Reds fell. PSG head coach Luis Enrique says his side should have blown the tie out of the water in the first leg.
I think it's a pity because I deserve a little more. We could score more goals and we created clear chances, especially in the second half. But that's football, it's normal, you have to accept that. We are trying to recover as soon as possible and try to focus on the next match in Anfield.
So you heard Luis Enrique, who is the manager for Liverpool. Meanwhile, PSG defender Hakimi says the team remains focused on getting over the line despite securing an advantage over Liverpool in the first leg.
Of course, we have to be happy for the win. It was not easy against tough team against us. But of course, we are a little bit frustrated because we feel like we can score more goals and we didn't do it. But we have to keep the positive things and we keep going to focus in the second game. We know that it's important moment of the season. We have to be focused and be ready for this kind of game. We are, and all the games that we play, we give them more improvement and more confidence in us, and we have to be back in what we did last year, and we have to continue, and that's what we try to do this year also.
Morocco and PSG player Achraf Hakimi there. On the other side, Liverpool boss Ancelotti says his side are fortunate to have suffered only a 2-0 defeat.
If you reflect on the whole game, I think we should be lucky with only losing 2-0 because they had more chances than the only goals they scored. Although the first goal was, of course, felt hard because we hardly haven't given anything away, and then a deflected shot goes in. But afterwards they had enough chances to score more, and I think it's very good for us that we're still in the tie and that we can now bring them to Anfield, and we all know how much of a difference Anfield can make for us.
Liverpool manager Ancelotti there, but the skipper of the team, Virgil van Dijk, says the team will need a special performance in the return leg at home to make it to the last four.
Very crucial. Obviously last year we played a game that we should have lost, but we won it, and Ali had to played probably his best game of his career, but we couldn't get the job done at Anfield. But now we are 2-0 down, and we have to get a special performance next week. Well, we shouldn't forget that we play against the European Championship champions of last season, and you see the quality they have. You see the games that they played already this season, even in the league, but also in the Champions League, and how good they can be. It doesn't really matter away or home. So we have to be absolutely spot on with everything we do. But hopefully our fans can play a big part in that as well. I've been through many special evenings at Anfield, and I'm very lucky and privileged, and our fans, that's the backbone of the club, and hopefully they can be there for us again.
You heard Virgil van Dijk, who is the captain for Liverpool. And Liverpool's game with Bayern was not without its controversies, as talismanic Reds forward Mohamed Salah played no part in the game. The 33-year-old was announced plans to leave Anfield at the end of the season was an unused substitute in Paris. Reflecting on Salah's omission from the game, Liverpool legend Steven Gerrard said the Egyptian must have been frustrated playing no part in the match.
Frustrated, because I think he'll be sitting there thinking I would back myself to influence this game and improve proceedings, certainly from going forward point of view. So I think he'll be a little bit sad and frustrated, but credit to him, he's just stayed behind there and done extra running, because if there wasn't a midweek game, Wednesday probably would be a big session. So in his mind, he's already got his mind on Fulham and he's doing extra work, which shows the pro and the mentality that you're dealing with.
And so you heard Steven Gerrard there. Well, that's it for the sports update on Sunrise. My name is Akosia Ejeba. Remember, there's more sports on 3news.com/sports or 3sportsgh across all social media platforms. Thanks for listening.
finest tunes in sync with a soothing voice. 3 Lounge with AJ.
Are you tired of the same old routine? Need a break from the stress and chaos of everyday life? Well, step into the 3 Lounge, your world of absolute relaxation and great music with yours truly, AJ Akwako Sapon. Welcome
This is a young Ponsa. Listen to it carefully. You still don't like high life. Problem day, better call Jesus. We're getting into our conversation. First, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta is no longer in ICE detention. People say she's crazy. As a result of the judicial order. We'll get into that conversation. And then we'll also talk about Parkinson's disease. But know that the Ghana Armed Forces, as our military, our Air Force, and our Navy, our Army, our Air Force, and Navy, are interested in putting smiles on the faces of persons living on the autism spectrum. And they want to put together a very special site from preschool all the way to senior high school. They're inviting you to join them on this course. It was launched last Tuesday, 2nd of April, the World Autism Awareness Day. Light it up blue, celebrate differences.
Exactly what I was talking.
If you ever find somebody wearing a blue ribbon, know that it's for acceptability. Blue represents calm. Blue represents a lot of things. Most importantly is to reassure all of us that to be on the autism spectrum is on the end of it all. So please dial star 735 star 10 hash. Star 753 star 10 hash. Follow the prompts to support the Ghana Armed Forces. And it will come back to you. But guess what? If you are in Pram Pram or you are coming to Pram Pram, the place to be where you actually belong is First HR Hotel. They focus on three things: peace, people, and quality. And it's a serene escape with legendary services and world-class comforts. Not just a hotel, but also your home for tranquility. Please pick up your phone, store this number, and call them anytime you're heading towards Pram Pram. 050-335-9598. That's 050-335-9598 or 0303-989-737. That's 0303-989-737. And we also entreat you and encourage you to book First HR Heights, because we don't just prove that we're providing a room for you, we also provide a reset. The guests keep telling them they feel an immediate sense of peace the moment they walk in. A rare kind of assurance that lets their tensions just melt away. If you are looking for a sanctuary where the staff genuinely respect your peace, tranquility, and treat you like family, your first and only choice. It's also located in town, just about 25 minutes drive to Accra Business Center. I know you're itching for the number. Well, let me graciously give it to you. 056 06 0665. 056 06 0665. 056 06 0665. And then 0256 07 0666.
I'm crazy.
0256 07 0666.
Well, that's one way to lose these walking blues. Diamonds on the soles of my shoes.
From the lawyers for Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta. This is dated the 7th of April 2026. It's a press release from Menka Premo Osebonsu, Bruce Catlin and partners. They are lawyers, notary publics, and notaries, trademark agents, real estate company secretaries, insolvency practitioners. And it's a press release. And it says Ken Ofori-Atta was released from ICE detention pursuant to judicial order. He is home with his family. Mr. Ofori-Atta remains fully committed to use due process in defense of his rights as guaranteed under the Constitution and laws of the United States. He and his family remain thankful to God and all those who have offered prayers and support during this period. Signed by Justice Kusi Menka Premo, Esquire. He is solicitor for Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta and he shared that with us out there. He was out there yesterday, and we saw it, and then we decided that we'll share it with you. But to further the to further the conversation, so yesterday we also went on the website, the ICE website, and just to confirm what has been, and it's the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. If you're watching us on Facebook, you see the interface on 3FM 927. What we entered was to find out whether Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta was still in detention. And Mawuena, what does it say?
So there was a search for the name Ken Ofori-Atta because in the U.S., when you're in detention, your name will be captured, but his name was off. And so your search has returned 0 marching records. Please recheck the search terms you entered to ensure they are correct and try your query again. And simply to say that, look, the man you're looking for is not within our domains any longer.
Right.
And the search.
In fact, the name on the
Kenneth Nanaya Ofori-Atta.
In fact, yes. So the Nanaya is what we often don't know. Today's Thursday, by the way.
Yeah.
It's the day for the Yaos and the Yas and the Yaos and the Yawas. Yeah.
So I mean, this was when he was in detention. The name which was captured there, Kenneth Nanaya Ofori-Atta, country of birth Ghana, status in ICE custody, VA, current detention facility, Caroline detention facility. And then you could click to get a bit more in terms of details. Now that same name was punched in yesterday
after the news started filtering in that he possibly could not be in there. Yeah.
Simply to say that he was no longer within their system because he had been put on. He's been let out on bail. We've got a bit more in terms of the details from that bail from the story we're reading earlier on in the morning, which amongst many other things says that he was granted bail pending
his appearance in court
on the 27th of this month for immigration-related matters.
Right.
And so there are 2 issues involving Ms. Ofori-Atta. The first is that he was arrested by the customs officials, the ICE officials, for overstaying or concerns about overstaying his visa. That's one, and that is why he's been in detention and he's been going to court back and forth. Then there's a second matter in the matter of Ghanaian authorities' efforts to extradite him to the jurisdiction to answer questions.
Right.
That as well is pending. Now the 2 came to a head yesterday or 2 days ago when he was granted that bail because the arguments were made that he could be a flight risk, and so do not let him out of your detention. Then the judge says, yes, I've heard about attempts or processes to extradite him from our jurisdiction because he's a man who wanted to answer questions from his country of birth. Provide me the documentation
that
as
will
to
give
the
me
processes,
the authority to,
so that I can use that as basis to say that you could leave and you don't want to return to your country, so continue to stay in detention. Now that time frame, the Justice Department in the US has not been able to make that documentation ready to the judge who sat on his matter. And per that basis, and you know the US, they don't like to joke with the law of this freedom and all.
Exactly,
all
human rights is paramount to them.
Exactly, and so it says, if that documentation is not available, then I have no other reason to hold you. Go out, be on bail, then you reappear before the detention court on the 27th of April, which is the basis upon which he was released. But there's a bit more in terms of timeline as to his leaving the jurisdiction and what has been this back and forth now.
We'll go back to January 2025.
Absolutely.
Right? The OSP invited Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta for questioning. There were 7 things that were put out there, 7 questions that were put out there for him to answer. His lawyer said that he was in the United States for medical reasons. He was due for a surgery, if I remember. Then we come to February 2025. The OSP, after sounding frustrated, a series of press conferences, came to declare Mr. Ofori-Atta a wanted person, and he had his name splashed on the Interpol red notice alert. Well, in June 2025, prior to that, it was withdrawn. based on conversations that went on,
assurances
that he was going to come right after the surgery, etc. He did not return, but the OSP then came to tell us that they are aware that he's making frantic efforts not to return to the jurisdiction. So in June 2025, Interpol issued a red notice, courtesy or at the behest of Office of the Special Prosecutor. And then fast forward to November 2025, the red notice was challenged legally. Interpol then now began a review in November 2025, and then subsequently in December 2025, Ghana filed formal extradition request to the United States. Now, this is the timeline up until the end of 2025. Then comes 2026. Between the 5th and 6th of 2026, January, Ken Ofori-Atta is arrested by the U.S. Immigration, popularly known as ICE. He was detained pending immigration or extradition processes, and that became a big news around the world. And then remaining in January, we also see that Ken Ofori-Atta stayed or remained in ICE custody. The legal challenges began. His lawyers here in Ghana and collaborating with their counterparts in the United States were busy fighting it and going up and down. And then in February 2026, Interpol removed the red notice alert on the head of Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta. They cited concerns over political nature of the case and the political witch hunting, and that's where you had some elements within the MPP or known sympathizers of the MPP saying that, well, if they had their own way, they would advise him not to return home because the decisions that could be taken may not be in his favor. In April 2026, the U.S. court proceedings continue, and then on 7th April, he's released from ICE custody by a court order because we have not, according to the U.S. court, been able to provide what we are supposed to be providing. Yes.
And a bit more in terms of that prosecution, because this case is being handled primarily by the Office of the Special Prosecutor and the individuals. It has to do with that SML, GRA, Revenue Assurance contract. Ms. Ofori-Atta is facing 28 counts. Isaac Crenstill is a former commissioner of the GRA, 19 counts. Ernest Dako Akwari, who was the chef de cabinet to Ms. Ofori-Atta, who is also at large. We need to mention that. 12 counts. Kojo Damwa is MP for German South and former commissioner of Customs Division, 8 counts as well.
Kojo Damwa, that's for the records, Kojo Damwa is now in Parliament. This is the same Colonel Damwa at the GRA at the time. And if you remember, he had his own issues with the OSP calling him a small boy, etc. That's Colonel Damwa. And he's now in Parliament representing one of the Bono constituencies, German South constituencies.
Then there is Emmanuel Kofinti, 39 counts.
That's a former GRA boss.
Amish Shaddai, Reverend Amish Shaddai Owusu-Amoah.
Another former GRA boss. So what? There are 2 GRA bosses.
3. Kuzo, go to the first.
Go to the first slide. Let's see something. So
there are two. The former
Commissioner General of the GRA, and then Mr. Damwa also at some point worked at the GRA. He was in charge of the Customs Division of the GRA.
So 2 former Customs Division bosses and then 2 former GRA bosses as well. Then Evans Edusa is a chief executive of SML, and then SML as a body corporate as well. Also 18 counts.
Interesting.
All being present.
Interesting.
We are not going to the IMF. Whatever we do, we are not. The consequences are dire. We are a proud nation. We have the resources. We have the capacity. Don't let anybody tell you. Like when Joshua, Caleb, and the 10 others went to spy on the promised land. And only 2 of them came to say that we can do it. And the 10 went around the community murmuring, you can't, We are not people of short sight.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Well, that was Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta. For those who had forgotten his voice, that's the evergreen Ken Ofori-Atta, who's now seeking to remain permanently in the United States, according to what we are being told by the OSP and many others, that, well, if he could jomake babasha, onye na jindo pedo befie. Yeah. But I thought that at some point he said that we are his children, he's our father, he cannot leave us behind. Daddy, come home. Daddy, please come home.
Well, it turned out all not to be the case.
No, Daddy has to come home.
At the slightest turn,
Daddy has to come home.
You know, in all of this, it raises quite the question. And I know the former president, you know, there were news circles circulating that he was seeking intervention on behalf of the former president. So he had done no such thing, and he believes in the judicial process in the country and that it should take its course. I read that statement, and a lot of people were surprised the office of the former president issued it, because some suggested or were of the opinion he almost threw his cousin under the bus. But if the former president has expressed confidence in the judiciary, I wonder what conversation goes on between them. And really, I asked the question, what genuinely is the fear?
If you haven't done anything wrong.
Not
Sunrise on 3FM, the best in the morning.
It's not really if you haven't.
Well, fear comes from a certain action or a certain perception or a certain feeling that you have. If you have no cause to fear, you will not fear.
So
if I'm coming to work here, I don't entertain any fears. Yes, I'm coming to work to do my work. I'm coming to push up a dial, you know, speak into the microphone, look into a camera. I'm coming here to do my work. I'm coming here to write my story. I'm coming here to edit something. I'm coming here to do there's no fear. If I've done something wrong around here, then when I'm coming to work, I will entertain that fear. And it is that same principle that I want to believe that Mr. Oforiatta and his lawyers believe he has done nothing wrong. I would have come to answer the questions, because you see, the more it lingers, the more it stays on, the more people feed into a certain narrative that you are as guilty as alleged. But the law says you are innocent until proven guilty, and the proof of your innocence lies with you.
In fact, some of the charges some people have argued will be very difficult to prove in court.
Sunrise on 3FM,
the intent
the
of
best
defrauding
in the morning.
and all of that. That's why I asked the question: what really is the concern?
Let's listen to lawyer Frank Davis, who is also counsel for Mr. Ken Oforiatta. Listen.
He's been released from ICE custody and detention facility, and he's now with his family and his home. Now, what's the consideration? I think we were all witness to what happened at the hearing. When the bond application was posted, lawyers from the Department of Justice, Federal Republic, the Department of Justice, put in a caveat that they will propose the bond application because there was a statutory request pending record. So the judge had no option but to attend the proceedings for Department of Law, the Parliamentary of Justice lawyers, to file the statutory request before the judge. The matter was adjourned to the 19th of February for that exercise to be undertaken. On the 18th of February, the Department of Justice lawyers filed just a one-liner without any of whatever being used against Oforiatta. The judge had no option than to adjourn the matter 10 days. He was supposed to have been back to the ICA on 27th of April. Thankfully, today, in consonance with due process of the rule of law, Kenneth Oforiatta has been released and he's rejoined the process. The proceedings in the ICE court separate and distinct from the statutory request. The ICE matter is purely administrative immigration matter. He has applied for an adjustment of the immigration status. So ICE proceedings or hearings have nothing in common with the statutory request. The statutory request, so far as I can understand, that far is supposed to depend upon.
That's lawyer Frank Davis, his counsel for Mr. Ken Oforiatta. But you know Bernard Mawuena, he's the PNC's leader, and he is part of a pressure group known as Arise Ghana. They have been embarking on a crusade or a campaign, Bring Ken Back. A few weeks ago, they had this to say. Listen. Oh man, we'll have to fetch that back for you. Sorry about that.
Streets near that in the frontage of Parliament. This in area where my and offer electronic transfer levies at the buyer. In say okay pass Mranti in year streets near that in the frontage of Parliamentary electronic transfer levy. No, it was a bad economic policy. Can catch the electronic transfer levy now. Here called IMF. They forced, they beat us, they arrested us, and in the end, the electronic transfer levy was passed into law. Soon after that, you call IMF. GNPC, you call IMF, Ken used to come and answer, particularly after they have extorted money from the public that e-levy will not lead us to IMF.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Come back, come back, come back to me, baby, come back.
On the phone line. Council, good morning. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Johnnie. Hope you are doing well.
I am greater than Accra by His grace.
We bless heaven for that.
Great. Let's begin the conversation by asking if any of this comes to you as a surprise. The release of Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta from ICE detention, the frantic efforts that are being made by him and his team, in fact, not to return to Ghana by seeking permanent residency in the United States, according to some claims made by OSP and many others, and the demand, the increasing demand for his return home. How does all of that play out to you? Is it surprising? Is it shocking? Or is it normal?
Johnnie, let me say good morning to your listeners and those who are watching on social media. First off, I am not taken aback by the development. I see these as a major setback in our attempt to extradite him into the country. Because a guy was hopeful that so far as he was in the detention camp, he will not be released until the final hearing of the extradition process. But here we are, he has been released, and he's contesting all these two major legal headers. So I'm not surprised by the development. I have said from the beginning that our extradition process will face a lot of hiccups. But there are a lot of obstacles, because when you look at the jurisprudence when it comes to extradition, in particular the United States, it is not a given that because Ghana is prone to extraditing its own citizens to the U.S., the U.S. will also reciprocate that gesture. That is not a given. And I have also said from the onset, Johnnie, that the prosecutorial process of both the special prosecutor and the attorney general have dealt Ghana's attempt a terrible blow, because the prejudicial commentaries that they made from the beginning, the oral commentaries, were too prejudicial to the point that it could amount to a political persecution.
On 3FM.
And this is one criteria the U.S. authorities are very mindful of, because they will not want to just. It doesn't matter whether the person is a non-citizen. so far as there is credible evidence that the country that is action, or the requesting country, has made some prejudicial comments that in a way will paint the picture that when the person is extradited to the country, the person will not be given fair hearing. And Johnnie, many people argue that if Ken believes he has not done anything, if you can't return to Ghana. But that is so simplistic. In fact, we are having to forget about all the things that have been said to simplify the conversation that, if you know you are clean, come to Ghana. That is so simplistic. And those who make such comments are glossing over the importance of fair trial. And let me point out, Johnnie, fair trial as provided for under Article 9 does not comment and truncate when a person has been arraigned in court. It starts from the commentaries, from investigation, from the period where the accused or the suspect is being interrogated. That is where fair trial starts from. It doesn't start when the person has been arrested and sent to court. So when we say that if you come to Ghana or you return to Ghana if you believe it's clean, that is so simplistic. We're having to gloss over all the technicalities and the issues that have meddled the conversation, and we are saying that if you come if it's clean. That is a simplistic challenge, and it's a challenge that anybody well-meaning individual will not yield to. So the thing is, we have options. Why are we so fixated on getting Ken into the country? Why can't we proceed with the matter? The matter has been in court. Why can't the social prosecutor continue with the matter?
Well, once beaten, twice shy. Well, Sedina Tionu Tamaklo was held for similar things, the activities at Maslock, tried in absentia. We still haven't been able to bring her back from the United States. So once beaten, twice shy, no?
Johnnie, that should tell you that we are not too apt when it comes to extraditing our own citizens. Partly who have been killed and some whom we believe are culpable in some underhand dealings. It means that we are lacking. It means that we have an issue that we need to work on. Because if we have been unable to extradite Sedina for almost well over 2 years after he was jailed, that means that that should cast doubt on our attempts to extradite our own people. So when people tell you that we'll be successful in the extradition, that should tell you, if for well over two years we'll not be able to extradite Sedina Tamaklo, who has been jailed and who has been convicted and jailed on handed a jail charge by the Ghanaian court, yet we are unable to lay hands on her. I should tell you, it means that we are in for troubling moments.
Now,
we are in for troubling moments.
Now, is this a point to give back Mr. Kissie Jabin, the special prosecutor, his stone? Because he had indicated that Mr. Foriata was not ready to come home, and which is why he went ahead to put his name on the Interpol Red Alert list. Now it's becoming clear that Mr. Foriata, if you look at the press release that was authored by his counsel and put out there, he says he is interested in following due processes under the United States law to protect his rights and not necessarily Ghanaian law. You are the lawyer. Maybe I don't understand, but what does that say to you?
So, first off,
the best in the morning.
Let me say that the special prosecutor himself is to be blamed for the situation, the current development.
I see how.
Because don't forget that a while ago, Interpol had to delist Ken's name from the red notice. And what was the reason? They justified that the basis upon which Ken was listed on the red notice was not justifiable under their convention. That should tell you that the special prosecutor did not use the right means. It did not even trigger the right processes in listing Ken on the Interpol red notice. And what does that tell you? That also feeds into the broader conversation of political persecution. Johnnie, it feeds into the broader conversation because if Interpol has a convention and he has a laid down procedure for which you must follow in order to list a fugitive on the red list.
Right.
And you are found to have breached that convention, and the basis of which the fugitive was delisted from the notice, the red notice. I should tell you, it comes down on the work of the special prosecutor. So I will not want to hang my neck on the special prosecutor's words, because he himself is pushing from the beginning. He was so conclusive that he had found a gold mine, and the basis of which he was convinced that he will be able to secure conviction. And look at how things are panning out. And the other argument is that Ken is facing two major legal processes in the United States. The one has to do with the immigration issue, and the other, the extradition parties. And he is convinced that he could fight these two processes using the United States legal framework, not the Ghanaian framework. Don't forget that he's in a different jurisdiction, and jurisdiction is territorial. So our laws do not extend to the United States. So far as he's in the United States, he's bound to prosecute the two matters within the presence of the United States law, and that is legal.
Now, sorry, you had Arise Ghana, for example, picketing for a full week at the U.S. Embassy. That's the United States in Ghana. Is it your view too that the U.S. perhaps doesn't care about the severity of whatever it is that civil society organizations, pressure group, politically exposed persons, key stakeholders in our governance structure are asking for Mr. Furiata to come home to come and answer for his wrongs, if in? Do you get the sense that the U.S. doesn't seem to care?
Johnny, my response will be in the question form. That is, must the U.S. listen to public opinion against the laid down legal framework, which is to take priority, public opinion or the law? I will go for the law, because often than not, public pressure has been determined or found out to always lead to false conclusions. When you look at countries in our own jurisdiction, sometimes public opinion will mislead, as often misled the public. So I believe and I trust that the U.S. has taken the right decision. Picketing does not equate to law. And the fact that Ghana has filed an extradition process does not mean Ken is guilty of or culpable of the offenses is alleged to have committed. Don't forget, Johnny, we've not heard the side of the story.
Right.
And what?
Well, but hasn't an avenue been created for him to tell his side of the story? Yes.
Exactly. The avenue was created and closed by the special prosecutor and the attorney general. In fact, if you monitor the trajectory, his lawyers have said, go to court and we'll respond. And the special, no, I need him here. I mean, what would inform the action of, or what informed the action of the special prosecutor? When you know that an Article 19 case, where a person fails to avail himself, you can go and try him in absentia. What prevented the special prosecutor from starting the case from the beginning? And he was bent on getting him here when indeed his lawyers have told you he was facing a special, in fact, he had a special circumstance, the basis of which he could not avail himself in the country. So the process, the avenue, Johnny, you are talking about was opened and closed by the special prosecutor, by his own prosecutorial posture, and the attorney general, who fed into the broader conversation, telling people that he was convinced that they were able to nail Ken, and he was convinced that they may have done certain actions that will affect the country. That is the problem. I'm saying that we are facing these echoes, and I saw it from the beginning, because I knew the attorney general would not be able to extradite Ken to the country, and I was convinced about that. And the current development justifies my position that it will be difficult to extradite Ken. The jurisprudence of the United States when it comes to extradition is so different and so technically tactical than what we have over here, where we can extradite our own people within 24 hours. So all the talks about reciprocity, that's not lie. It is to simplify the conversation. And I'm saying that all the conversations that people are making, the narratives being pushed around, Hughes is innocent, he should come into the country. That's too simplistic. It is to ignore the prejudicial commentaries and the nuanced political persecutions that he is likely to face if he comes into the country. And I'm convinced about this.
I see. Now, my final question to you, question on social media: do innocent men run?
Really?
Yes, sir.
The social media has gained notoriety for dictating the pace of development. But should that be the case?
Well, is the question legitimate? Is the question legitimate? Do innocent men run?
Why won't innocent men run when they fear that they won't get justice in their own land?
See.
Why should innocent men come into their own country when they will be persecuted, even when they are not guilty? Why would even innocent men not run when they have been pronounced guilty even before they are placed before a court of competent jurisdiction? Why would innocent men not run when they are convinced that they've been crucified on the cross, even after Jesus Christ took the cross and he been resurrected after Easter? That should tell you it was this government own commentaries why opposition and especially in government are undoing their own achievements. The thing they promised Ghanaians, the aura, their own commentaries are undoing all those things. The thing they promised Ghanaians they were going to recover the money. How much? Johnny, I think this is a valid question you should be asking them. How much are they to be able to recover within a space of let's say 1 year, a few months? How much are they able to recover?
Is that your answer to do innocent men run?
They will run.
Why would they run?
Because they don't feel safe in the hands of the people who are handling the matter. If the Attorney General, don't forget that the special prosecutor,
right?
Even though they claim that he's independent, he's not independent. My conclusion that he's still under the Attorney General, and the Attorney General can dictate when it comes to prosecutorial matters.
Right.
So I believe that the prejudicial commentaries made by these two individuals are enough to justify his posture, and if he's running, he is entitled to that. If government believes, if the special prosecutor or the Attorney General believes that they have a watertight case, they should continue with the trial in absentia. And his lawyers, I believe, will meet them in court and justify why Ken is not guilty. But the argument that he should come and speak or should come down and face interrogation is too simplistic. Let's not dabble in that conversation.
I see. Well, thank you very much indeed for your time. Austin Kwabena Bracco Powers, Esquire, is a private legal practitioner joining us here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7, and you are on.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise. The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Mr. Speaker, let me freely admit that this battle ahead is indeed the Lord's, and I humbly confess before this august house and the nation of my inability to accomplish this enormous task without the help and the leading of the Almighty. Through Jesus Christ, we can resolve these challenges and establish a righteous and just society for all. Mr. Speaker, I see our nation with this overwhelming election mandate as all having decided to withdraw in unison, like our Lord Jesus, to a remote place. Mr. Speaker, only to discover when we got there that we have 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish to feed our 25 million people. Mr. Speaker, only to discover, Mr. Speaker,
that we have 5 loaves of bread and 2 fishes to feed our 25 million plus fellow citizens. But herein lies the genius of the Ghanaian, for we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. So as you can see, Mr. Speaker, with 5 loaves and 2 fishes, President Akufo-Addo's budget has tackled the 5 structural pillars of revenue, expenditure. So, Mr. Speaker, President Akufo-Addo's budget of 5 loaves and 2 fishes has tackled the 5 structural pillars of revenue. Has tackled the 5 structural pillars of revenue, expenditure, earmark funds.
Sunrise on 3FM, the best in the morning. Sunrise on 3FM, the best in the morning.
Finance. Listen to me. I want to stop. I'm a gun boy. I want to talk for that. I say we dey beg him. May American embassy take him to come to Ghana. That matter we want to see him. Oferata, come and see the movie for everything. You say A, right A, to another see everything you like it.
Director of Communications for United Party Solomon Owusu, speaking to Joy News, called on the U.S. government not to tolerate state officials who are involved in corruption.
And let me tell you that in the days coming, the numbers will be larger than this. They must not take this exercise to be one of those things. And this is why we entreat the American people to be very serious with the Ghanaian. They must not create the impression that they are shielding corrupt officials from Africa.
The best in the morning is on 92.7. Sunrise on 3FM.
25, SML was exhibiting inability of comprehending the loading process through ERDMs and ICAMs. This was evidenced in a letter dated 17 January 2025 by the head of petroleum operations at GRA, addressed to the managing director of SML. In respect of the upstream petroleum and minerals audit, it didn't take off as a result of the presidential directive for suspension and as a result of the OSP investigation. A central issue arising from the automatic payments by GRA to SML in respect of downstream petroleum audit is that GRA, the Central Tax Authority, failed to deduct statutory taxes totaling 13,380,000 cedis. GRA subsequently, in July 2024, offset this tax component. However, the penal component of 18,800,000 cedis remain outstanding. In addition, there is an outstanding pay-as-you-earn tax liability of 346,967 cedis, 53 pesos. Now I'm coming to an end. The KPMG audit and the OSP investigation. We recall that while OSP's preliminary findings accorded with the major factual findings in the KPMG report, the OSP found itself unable to agree with some major conclusions drawn by KPMG, especially in respect of accountability and value for money. This is because the OSP investigation shows that the KPMG report was placatory in material respects, as it sought to beatify SML by ignoring the fact that it did not possess independent reconciliation algorithms and audit tools.
What else?
now you be born for virgin there. What kind of virgin?
Blue Ribbon representative. We'll take a break or return from the break. Talk about Alzheimer's. The Blue Ribbon represents a primary symbol for autism awareness, representing calm and understanding and hope. It's used during Autism Awareness Month in the month of April, World Autism Awareness Day on April 2. It highlights the need for advocacy, inclusion, and acceptance of individuals on the autism spectrum. If you pick up your phone this morning and dial star 753 star 10 hash, star 753 star 10 hash, follow the prompts to support. You will be building a special needs center supervised by the Ghana Armed Forces. You'll be helping children on the autism spectrum realize and recognize their potentials. You'll be lighting it up blue and you'll be celebrating differences. You'll be contributing to the progress and development of our country and our human resource. Most importantly, what you will be doing is that men and women in uniform who need a peace of mind are able to defend the territorial jurisdiction of Ghana by air, by land, by sea. Will have the peace of mind to do that. And even the parents who do not work with the armed forces, whether they be civilian defense staff, or they be men and women in uniform, either non-commissioned officers or other ranks or commissioned officers, or whether they be in the vicinity, they live in the community generally. There are teachers who have children like that. There are doctors, nurses, pharmacists, engineers, masons, carpenters, plumbers. That level of acceptability is what you'll be supporting if you dial star 735 star 10 hash. Star 753 star 10 hash. You'll be supporting your worthy cause. We'll take a break or return from this break. We'll get into a health conversation here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7.
Protect yourself from germs and bacteria with confidence. Cleanse hand soap effectively kills 99.9%
joined in studio this morning by Dr. Vida Obese. She's a neurologist, senior physician at the Comfortnoti Teaching Hospital, and also the founder and president of Enidaso Parkinson's Disease Foundation. Doc, good morning. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. I'm glad to be here.
Great. Let's talk about Parkinson's disease. What is it for those who don't know about it at all?
All right. So Parkinson's disease, it's a neurodegenerative disease. So it means it affects your brain and it's associated with aging, mostly seen in above 60 years.
Okay.
What happens in Parkinson's disease is that there's a part of your brain called the basal ganglia.
Right.
And there should be, those cells should produce dopamine, which is a chemical you need to be able to move. It also regulates your emotions and all that. And that chemical, for some reason, cells in that area die off and are not able to produce that dopamine. And so it leads to muscle stiffness, slowness, and then tremors. You can have the tremors in the head, the hands, the leg, and mostly starts on one side of the body. So sometimes people confuse it with a stroke because stroke also happens on one side of the body. But yes, that's Parkinson's disease, and so it's a movement disorder. So there are symptoms that have to do with movement.
Right. Is it hereditary?
Yes.
You can get it from your parents or from the bloodline.
So yes, there are genetic risk factors. So we've realized, research has shown that in about 26% of patients, there is a genetic risk that led to the development of Parkinson's disease. But majority of the cases, we cannot explain why that happens. And it's attributed to more of what the environment does. Because sometimes people have the genetic risk actually, but do not develop the disease.
Okay.
So having the genetic risk means you are likely to get it, but it doesn't necessarily mean you will get it. And the challenge too with the genetic risk is also the fact that the genetic risk factors for Parkinson's disease has not been evaluated well in the African population. So the ones that we found, when you look into the white population, you check the same risk factors in Africans, and we don't have them. So it means there should be more research to find out which ones put us at risk as Africans or Ghanaians. And yes, so we believe it's an interplay between the environment and your genetics. And the environment, you're talking about long-term pesticide use, so paraquat and the rest used industrially, but you have to be exposed for a very long time. And then also contaminants, heavy metals contaminating our waters, so manganese, mercury,
lead, all those cyanide.
Yes. But mostly manganese and mercury are linked to Parkinsonism.
I see. We will get to talk about symptoms in a bit, and if you have a question, please join us. 055-924-2717. That's 055-924-2717 and 055-691-0154. The 055-691-0154 and 055-924-2717. We want to get you involved in this conversation, and most importantly, so we'll talk about symptoms. Let's get there. What symptoms am I to look out for?
All right. So there are two blocks of symptoms. We have symptoms related to movement and symptoms not related to movement.
Okay.
So for symptoms related to movement, one of the earliest signs is that you realize that your handwriting is becoming smaller and smaller and smaller.
Hey.
Yes.
Smaller.
Yes. So the way you write, you realize it's becoming smaller. So the size becomes smaller gradually. And then the tremor, which usually it starts on one side of the body and it's gradual. So that's the difference between that and stroke. Stroke is sudden. You are well and suddenly you cannot move one side, you cannot speak. But Parkinson's is gradual.
Over time. How long does it take usually?
It affects people differently. So you realize the person is slow on one side, having tremor on that side. The muscle is stiff. Patients have difficulty turning in bed because that dopamine that enables you to move, it's reduced. So you are not able to move your body as you should. And then we have the advanced stages. They have postural instability. So you can see somebody shuffle like they are walking like at a fast rate, but they are not really going fast. It's like they are shuffling. Sometimes they walk and freeze.
Oh, okay.
You realize their foot is on the ground, and it takes them a while to start walking again. So those ones are related to movement, and then the voice becomes softer, low and softer and softer. You look at the face, and you cannot tell whether they are happy or sad because the face gradually becomes a bit expressionless. As I mentioned, the muscles becomes rigid and stiff. And then the ones that are not related to movement, we have anxiety, we have depression, we have constipation, because your ability to move food from your mouth down your gut is movement.
That's right.
So in the same way, they do have that prolonged
just what you see on the outside also is reflected inside.
It's reflected, and they have constipation, and then sleep disturbance. We call it a REM sleep behavior disorder. So you realize the person is having vivid dreams and acts out the dream. So if you are by the person is throwing the hands about and acting out the dream. And research has shown that these symptoms that are not related to movement actually happen years before the movement challenges. And since these things are quite common, you can be constipated for other reasons. You can be anxious for other reasons. It's quite difficult to predict. But the sleep one, 40% of patients with REM sleep behavior disorder progress.
Who is most at risk, men or women?
Men.
Men. Why men?
That's what research.
What man do man?
That's what research has shown globally.
Men stand a higher risk of getting it.
Yes, and in the elderly, above 60s, it's more prevalent in the above 60-year group. But gradually, we are seeing below 50 years patients with Parkinson's, and that's the alarming.
What's the rate and reach in terms of diagnosis in Ghana? Are we able to identify it quickly, and where do I go to check if I am okay?
Okay, so I would like to talk about the prevalence. Previously, we found that 12% of the patients we saw at neurology clinics in our major hospitals had Parkinson's disease.
Right.
There's been a prevalence study in Sogakope recently on the Volta region, which shows that 80 per 100,000 people in Ghana have Parkinson's disease. But we feel that's not a true reflection of what's on the ground, because most patients do not come to the hospital early. And then when people are slow and they're above 60s, you say that this person is old and it's just slow, but it could be Parkinson's disease. And then the other challenge is there's a lot of stigma related to neurological disease, epilepsies and strokes and Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's. And so people with challenges do not readily come to the hospital and visit other places before coming. So the rates, it's not, we don't believe that's a true trend. Now, if you need to be
we think sometimes it's spiritual.
Yes, and we think sometimes it's a cares or it's spiritual, so people don't show up to the hospital on time. But for diagnosis, you need to be seen by a doctor. So a neurologist, we have 16 neurologists currently to 33 million.
Only 16 of you?
Yes.
In Ghana?
Yes.
No.
33 million people.
Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 16.
Yes.
Are you serious?
So there's shortages.
Are you being serious?
Yes.
16
yes.
neurologists in Ghana
yes.
for over 30 million people.
Yes.
Why?
We don't have a lot of people venturing into that field.
Why did you go there?
I ventured into it because it's quite an interesting and challenging field. And, you know, for other specialties, I feel that everybody thinks brain health is complex. But your brain is a control center of your body. And that's so exciting. And it's so simple, but people find it very complex. And we are disabusing people's minds. So when you enter, you realize it's very challenging, but very exciting. And there's so much opportunity there as a doctor. So that challenged me. And in other ways too, people tend to stigmatize patients with neurological conditions. And I think it's an unmet need. And so somebody should be there to help people understand neurological diseases and also provide support for patients.
In your practice as a neurologist dealing with patients that have Parkinson's disease, what has been the eye-opening engagement for you? What would you say has been?
I previously felt that with education, educated people tend to, I believed that educated people tend to handle diagnosis of any condition better. But I realized that wasn't the case. For Parkinson's disease, I met patients who I felt understood from the education, understood the disease and would be able to handle it. But those were the people who were more prone to suicide attempts, which was quite shocking. And then so I realized that across spectrum, disease affects us all in a similar way, and education doesn't really change much. And for all of us, we need support. Everybody needs to feel, no matter your education level, no matter what you do, you need to know that there is support available. You need to understand the disease that you have. And that encouraged me to work with support groups, work with patients, understand the perspective of the disease from the patient.
Okay.
Because sometimes, so as a foundation, sometimes you think this is good for the patient because you're a doctor, because you're a clinician. But when you go to the patient, you realize, no, I want you to talk about my disease this way. Previously, we used to do conferences where cameras shoot on patients, you see their hands shaking, and then I'll come and talk about Parkinson's disease, and it goes away. And one day a patient said, "Doctor, it's stigmatizing. We are trying to fight stigma, but in our events, we are doing that." So it shifted our focus to doing more community-based engagement,
focus group conversation,
where whenever we have any event, we invite the public to show their support and to show that they are not alone and to do things together with them so that the spotlight is not necessarily on them, but we are all coming together to provide awareness on the disease and, you know, to reduce stigma. So that's one key thing I've learned from the patients. If you want to help us from our perspective.
Right. Now, in terms of the families and the individuals, we've spoken about the toll it has on the individuals, but let's talk about the families and caregivers. What kind of weight does it put on them? I don't want to call it burden.
Well, it's difficult. One, because most caregivers do not understand the disease. And not people come to the hospital with different people. So for example, you may meet the wife, but the next time somebody else will come with the patient, or the patient is being taken care of at home, and the person taking care of the patient at home is not the one who receives the education in the hospital. So they do not understand the disease, do not understand what the patient is going through. So sometimes when they are anxious, they are depressed, they don't want to go into public, they don't understand why the patient...
Why are you refusing to go? Everybody is going to the wedding. Why do you want to be here? To do what?
And for patients who work with their hands, same stress, you know, you need to use your hands. And if you have very bad tremors, you are not able to work. So the economic burden comes to fall on the other patient, the other people. They are the ones taking care of you, and they are the same people who have to find money to take care of the home. So it's very challenging, and their medications are not covered by insurance. So imagine you have hypertension already, you may have diabetes already, and now you have Parkinson's. You need to buy the medication. And their care is not only in terms of medication. You need to be able to see a nutritionist to help you with your constipation issues. You need to see a physiotherapist to help engage your muscles. You need an occupational therapist to re-engage you in your work that you do. And even in your home, to be able to live a bit independently, maybe bars that you hold on to work and all that. And all these have to be paid for. So it's not like any other person going to the hospital getting drugs and you are fine. You need to visit all these multidisciplinary teams, and it's not covered by insurance as well. So there's a huge burden on the patient, it falls on the caregivers, and sometimes they are mentally drained. Some report to the support groups and they are drained mentally.
The quality of life has gone down. How do you, what strategies would you propose or would you suggest to, or recommend, let me put it that way, to persons who are listening to us, who may have people that are affected by this disease and are taking care of them, or those who are listening themselves? What strategies do you propose that they can use to cope daily and have quality of life that is fit for purpose, if you will?
All right. The first thing is that if you are living with Parkinson's disease, you should know you are not alone. There are so many patients just like you, and there are teams of researchers both in Ghana, everywhere, fighting for a cure. So sometimes people feel I'm the only person who has it. You are not alone. There is hope for a cure. Secondly, as a caregiver and a patient, you need to find a support system.
Right.
So a support group. Accra has a Parkinson's disease support group here. There's a support group in Sogakope, there's a support group in Kumasi, and there are support groups opening up in Cape Coast and Tamale. Find yourself a support group. What it does is it gives you a community of people who understand you better, who will share experiences, because Parkinson's disease affects people differently and people progress differently in the disease. So you come, somebody who's telling you how they are able to sleep, and you learn from each other. And you're able to join activities that improve your mental health. Because sometimes if you isolate yourself, it makes your condition worse.
Right.
And we are also pushing for more education and more funding for community education, so that we will be able to pull patients in to come and be diagnosed early. And we are asking stakeholders, we want policy changes concerning the patients.
We'll come to the policy changes, but I'm curious to know, is there a cure for Parkinson's disease?
There is no cure.
There is no cure?
Yes.
Why?
It's a very complex disease, as I explained. And sometimes not knowing the exact cause of a disease, it's difficult to find a cure to it. But I can assure you there's a lot of research in Parkinson's disease. Even for those with genetic risk factors, there are companies trying to find medications to sort of treat these patients. So there's a lot of research, but it's manageable. There are medications to manage all the symptoms that Parkinson's disease comes with.
Okay.
So the motor challenges, there's
the
medication
tremor
that gives you dopamine in your brain that reduces the tremor and makes your muscles a bit relaxed for you to function and have improved quality of life. The anxiety has treatment, the depression, all of that has treatment. And the other parts of treatment are exercise, all forms of exercise.
What about therapy?
Yes, very important, because it's very difficult to deal with a chronic condition that is progressive.
Are there foods that you are prevented from eating if you have this Parkinson's disease?
No, but we promote good nutrition for brain health, because it's a condition of
foods
the brain.
like what?
So balanced meals. Balanced nutrient-dense meals. But in Ghana, when we talk about balanced diet, we all have different ideas about
two
balanced
balls of
diet.
kinky, one small fish, some small pepper. That's balanced diet for somebody.
That is not balanced diet.
But that's somebody's balanced diet. Somebody's definition of balanced diet.
Yes. So usually we use a plate. So you have a plate. You divide a plate into 4.
Okay.
A quarter of it should be your carbohydrates. A quarter of it should be your protein. And half should form your veggies.
Go over that again. You divide the plate into 4.
4.
A quarter of that.
A quarter should be your carbohydrates. A quarter of it should be your proteins. And half should be vegetables.
Okay.
So you can imagine the wache you buy, and you buy a lot of wache and buy salad, 5 cedis. And
sometimes not even 2 cedis. So wache 15 cedis, salad 2 cedis. And then we'll buy egg, fish, and willy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you can imagine, research has shown that in a day, you need 5 cups of vegetables. 5 cups. And cups is the cups we use for baking.
Coffee.
So you can imagine, even a full cup is a lot of veggies. And you need 5 cups a day. So we are not taking enough. So you have to spread it out in all your meals. Maybe have a sandwich with some lettuce. Pair your meals with veggies.
Then beyond that, lifestyle interventions. Some like to drink their wines. Big men, they like to drink their whiskey. Some like their beers. Some like their palm wine. Some like to smoke their cigars. They were big men. They still have a say, Charlie, life is short and all that. What do you say about that?
So alcohol and smoking is not good for the brain or for your health. WHO says that no amount of alcohol is safe for your brain. No amount is safe for your brain, and classifies alcohol as a toxin. So WHO is the one that gives guidance about health worldwide.
Right.
So for brain health, anytime we talk about prevention of any neurological condition, we say alcohol is not safe for your brain and smoking is not good for your brain.
Now, how do I put it? Let's listen to Franklin Kujo.
Okay.
He recently declared to the whole world that he has Parkinson's disease.
Okay.
Listen.
Well, I've known for the past 5 years, I would say 6 years, but it started 2 years earlier. It was only when I was diagnosed in 2020. That's when it dawned on me that also the previous years, the 2 years earlier, that sometimes I feel a little shake, elevated shoulders, and all of that. Incidentally, the doctor said, so it's Parkinson's. I said, well, all right, we'll live with it. That's what I said. It is a strange disease, I have to tell you. A disease that basically immobilizes you at some point. If you're not on medication, you everything you do is slow. You have to take your time. So it's a neurodegenerative disease. What it means that it affects the brain. There's no cure. It gets worse. So
there's no cure.
Right now, you manage it with lifestyle adjustments, exercises, and then a bit of the medication as well. But this one, the reason why it's essentially a very crazy disease is that, like I said, it immobilizes you most of the time. And to get that kick from taking the medication, which is mostly unable to move your hand, your shoulder be sort of dislocated without any fault of yours. I mean, it's as if you run into something. Please just note all the dates that these things happen, because so people say all sort of demeaning things, but most of them were MPP guys. But as far as the government takes taxes from you and I to tell me I'll not go to the IMF, and then you go to the IMF, why should you still be in power? You should go. Look at what we suffered through the DPEP. The government was at sea. Ken didn't know Jack. Look.
We'll talk about Ken Oforiatta later. But that's Franklin Kudio telling us about his condition, medication, etc. Did he speak from an informed point?
Yes, he did. And as I mentioned, he also spoke about the fact that it had challenges before the obvious visible tremor that everybody saw.
How dangerous is the belief that if you have a neurological problem and you start seeing the symptoms, you would attribute it to witchcraft, superstition, some spiritual attack on you? How dangerous is that?
It's so dangerous because some neurological conditions are treatable, and with medication, people live the full quality of life, like epilepsy. Once patients are dosed properly, they can live a near normal life for the rest of their life. So it's very dangerous to allude to cases or spiritual conditions to Parkinson's disease because it's manageable. And when people don't seek early care, they come to us advanced.
Right.
And it's more challenging to deal with an advanced case than an early case.
My guest in studio is Dr. Vida Obese. She is a senior physician at the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital. She's also the founder and leader of the Enidaso Parkinson Disease Foundation. Joining us on the phone line now is a woman we would like to call Amma. She's a caregiver for a person living with Parkinson disease. Amma, good morning. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
And how are you doing this morning?
Bibia
Boko. Amma. Yeda se pa se wenya butre a ode hwe oni akwa a wo hwe no. Na ye pese ye hu experience na te sen.
Okay, Ndamase. The friend of Vidak. We call him Saka. Na experience in the enough form. Na first I had any year 17 years. 2019, yeah, Dr. Vidak. The beginning, a year no tamale. It's a hospital, and I from me and say, I'm not transfer your BG. And Ukrainian meeting, they are the enemy who beat. It's a boy after that. Obisi Yankwa, Obisi Yankwa, Obisi a friend is say, soon Yadia, Obisi a human. And send baby. And in fact, the harm in the member. but muna na doctor no hwe ntamarin kachem antiviral yade wo yi no enye hospital sunsun yade enti se wudi akira wudi ku be chinchina obrakra wo mobi enti gina hospital mpo ni na akra na mentime ho ase enti ewuma ya trameka se ya transfer ya ni ebeji ene ye besia Dr. Vida anu kurani ya mienimi Dr. Vida nyamishira no yamishira Dr. Mark Dr. Vida ne na pam for de yankopon shira hom enti no ode me be front tie won so kira mi se yade no enye sunsun yade na ye yade wo ho enti no me mama ninda ho mama yesa me kwa na ibetie Dr. Vida na nukreni enough form enroto enough form oba fufa ho labo a oba ye enough form na nipa no so na wo hwe no wo fie no master enough form because I don't know. Eluwa aduna ekasa kire se didi etime yira enti wo a wo hwe na wo de wa adun de gusa me ma papa ye aduane ana me ma ni so ana otime so me wire free ne ma sankwala no kwa otime bi same by the way you wo free na me so wo ma na ekasa
right
in fact yade ne de obi a nipa bi anya bi no enafom na ne hwa so edin wona woten wanya abotre obasi sa woni ama kwa jaban ma no se enafom enye easy sa ba ye be fa nro to ima enro ni de na afi efie nyina tete apansam. And in fact, the Besia Dr. Vida no my quadrant and it does so cool. The me enemy Dr. Vida is so you move, and I'm not so going to be free. And they share your bushing for your bushing. Dr. Vida, Mama, there's a bushing an idiot. Yamia Adam. You need it. And she had Dr. Vida and then I pump for yeah. I can from fact. If you to meet in down, I'm to name you because they won't be that. You soon, or who maybe afraid yet. A baby, no. Your web is seeing where we won't be that. Now, a year how can see it? Because a woman, I don't look at me. Ayira aya pasa yes so when ya bri wo fie wan hwe ne ye ko obetimi apraw anu na so hu kwan ya obefa so obedede na wona na kasa by Dr. Vida da wo mani na bi wo ha oyiwa tenkrofo fie amana ne ba mo de be fantasy amma ye hu se ya sabe enye ye nkwa ne ye hu amana ni kura ne ye me That's in the name of me, soon because you who be that. But and I'm Dr. Vida for 1 month of a church today, a man then. You ever see me be already now I trained that.
Yo, Mati, now, money,
if I show you my assist
6 now,
matre,
me to say we near fee. Now, a juma de to maybe. Since I said me too boy.
Say no. Me 7 years ni maybe because me na me did that. If you say na ye buy no. Na say na omo hihye nduro no ma me na nkwala ne say. Say me kokrom kwaton ade a omo papa nduro no enum na be ye basa. Ntina fi. It is 7 years ni die. It is fi.
Ma, bibi abe fine. Why?
Mate.
Yeah, that's a pass on your buttress near Kasai.
And that's it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Mona Dr. Vida Swasta May.
Otio.
And a master so I make quarters of guys so a door must say. The sound that me may say, more doctors see. On the time, I'm a mediation, Papa. I mean, sure, Bibia, me the moon.
Yeah, that's Suma. Thank you very much. And that's Mrs. Aka, married to Mr. Aka 7 years ago. She was informed about the situation. In fact, prior to that, they were in Tamale, where they were working, and they had moved from one place to the other, suspecting that it could be spiritual, it could be superstitious, it could be something else other than Parkinson's. They had gone to a hospital one time after many trials, and then a doctor said, look, this is what I suspect is happening, so I will transfer you to the Confounded Teaching Hospital. That's where they got in touch with Dr. Vida Obese and some other Dr. Mark, she mentions, who were very instrumental in trying to work on the psyche and also tell them that, well, this is a disease that exists and they are not alone. It's happened before, but it can be managed, etc. And they went through a series of it. And she says that for the past 7 years, she hasn't worked before because the children came to a consensus that if she is a trader and has to go out there to go and cut goods, bring it, come and sell and go out there, then the medication schedule for the husband will be messed up. And the children came to a consensus that then they will take care of that so that she can be with the husband. And she says it gets to a point where sometimes the husband becomes violent, and you could even be in harm's way, and so you'd have to be very tactical and strategic in trying to talk him down and calm him down. And it said, well, initially when the news was broken to them, they didn't understand it, so they spent hours and hours on end crying until they met Dr. Vida and the team at Enidaso, and they got a better understanding. Consistently, people have been brought from overseas to come and help them with training and to let them understand the condition and how to manage and etc. And now she's doing well. She's grateful, has a grateful heart, and you should know, if you have any in your home, that you are not alone. And it brings me to the question. So this Enidaso Foundation, why did you set it up, Dr. Vida?
Yes, so the primary goal was to provide a hub for support groups and then also to provide education for clinicians, because we have a shortage of neurologists. So any doctor trained in Parkinson's disease or movement disorders can diagnose the patient and provide early care. We also we realized there's low awareness, low knowledge of the disease. So public education was one of our major reasons for starting the foundation, and also to influence policy. Because there are some, when it comes to medications and who sees which patients, those are stakeholders and government. So we want to be in the position to influence policy, and also in terms of their medication, find a way to provide medication support for patients. So that's why we started it, and we started off with a support group, built it up as an industrial support group, and we realized we had to be bigger than that to be able to influence and do more work in Ghana.
She also mentioned that you have been and your foundation have been very instrumental in trying to get them some of the medication. Some are subsidized and some free. So how do you do that?
So it's not sustainable, but what we do is that we have partners that we speak to who provide free medication. There's some partnership from an Italian group that supplies free medication for Kolebu, Sogakope, Cape Coast, Tamale, and Kumasi.
All these places?
All these places, but it's not enough because we have more patients than medications.
How many patients do we have, at least under your watch?
In our clinic, we have more than 500 patients, but not everybody comes all the time. They come at
more than 500 people who are
on our registry.
Confirmed with Parkinson's.
On our registry, but we see them different times. Yes. And some people to support patients. So you can adopt a patient and decide to pay the drug for a patient every month.
How expensive is this?
It's quite expensive, but I think between 500 to 900 cedis. You can get the basic dosing for a patient, but there are some patients who are on a higher dose and we take it more frequently, so it may be more than that. So at least for the Parkinson medication, there are people who have adopted some patients and say, okay, I can take care of 2 patients every month, but it's not sustainable. We need a way that anybody with a disease.
How accessible are these drugs, these medications?
You have to be under a support group or a network.
Okay.
So, for example, if you go to Cape Coast Regional Hospital, there's a team that sees patients.
So if you prescribe for me,
yes,
in your capacity as a senior medical officer, how, if I walk into any pharmacy, can I find the medication to buy?
You have to be with a support group or a hospital. So Kolebu, when they get few medications, they give to patients. There's a Parkinson's support group in Accra as well. And then in Sogakope, there's access to it. So for us as a foundation, one of the key things we do is that if you contact us, we can link you to the nearest.
Okay, the support group that is closest to you.
Closest, or the nearest place that you can get care or get medication. So once you contact us, we can help with that, because we get calls every day from different places.
And where do we find Enidaso? Or how do we find you?
Enidaso Parkinson's Disease on all social media handles as Enidaso Parkinson's Disease Foundation. They can reach us by 054 11 11 726.
You need to take your time with that.
054
right
11 11 724. And then we have another line, 054 591
right
9887. 054 591 9887. So you can contact us, WhatsApp us, or you can contact us on social media. And if you have a family member, and we have a booklet called Understanding Parkinson's Disease that was generated with Parkinson's Africa. It has also been translated into Twi.
Okay.
So we have both the English version and the Twi version, and then we also have the audio version of the book. So when you contact us, we can share those copies so that you can listen as a family or share it with people who you feel should know.
Great. We're live on Kesmi 107.1 in Tamale, and we're also on social media, 3FM 927 on X, 3FM 92.7, and on your radio, 3FM 92.7 here in Accra. Before we go, some myths and facts. And I'll ask the first one. Parkinson's only affects old people. Is it a myth or a fact?
Partially, it affects old people, but as I told you, in recent times, we've seen young people get it. So it's mostly in the elderly, found in the elderly, but below 50 years. Now we are seeing the trend of patients getting it.
Tremors must be present to diagnose Parkinson's. Myth or fact?
It's a myth. Some patients do not have tremor. They have the stiffness and the slowness. So it is part of the symptoms, but you may have Parkinson's without the tremors.
Parkinson's is fatal. Myth or fact?
Myth.
Myth.
It's not fatal.
Exercise can actually improve symptoms. Myth or fact?
Fact, because exercise helps generate dopamine in your brain. So it's the most powerful protective mechanism for your brain.
Parkinson's is caused by spiritual factors or cases. Myth or fact?
Myth.
Franklin, could you say something that, well, the medications are quite expensive? You've confirmed that. Why is the government not interested in putting this on the NHIS if the prevalence rate is up there?
Well, I believe, I don't want to speak for government. But
you don't have to speak for government.
But I believe usually infectious conditions tend to get more attention than non-communicable diseases. But what I always tell any politician or any stakeholder is that it's a disease associated with aging. Every single day, we all are growing older, and we all have an old person in the home. And so neurodegenerative diseases like Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, we should be paying attention to. And now we are all growing older, because previously infectious diseases were killing people and we were not living longer. Now we are living longer, and so we are seeing conditions that are associated with aging, and we are not ready for it, because Parkinson's disease is the fastest growing neurological condition in the world.
Fastest.
The fastest. And we are not ready for it. And so there's a need for more research into it locally. There's a need for patient support services to be activated, and there's a need for more education. And April 11th which is a Saturday. It's World Parkinson's Day. And so we are using cycling to raise awareness and fundraise
That's Saturday.
for Parkinson's disease. Yes, at the Legon Sports Stadium.
Okay.
From 7 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Oh, okay.
So together with Ghana Cycling Federation, Yenko Mobility will be providing free e-bikes, and other sponsors, Lubes GH and Roche Ghana Limited. We are encouraging the general public to come cycle. It's good for your health, it's good for your brain, but we want to show support to patients and caregivers with Parkinson that they matter.
If you got a chance to change one thing about how Ghanaians think of mental health or neurological health, what would you change?
I would say that we have to see neurological conditions just like somebody having hypertension and diabetes. We don't stigmatize them. And they have this condition chronic. They live with it and they take medications every day. So just like every other condition, we are not immune to it. So we should provide care and support for any patient living with neurological condition. And we need to all do our part individually in our communities, in our churches. When you see somebody with a tremor, try to help the person and not laugh at the person or sell information around that the patient is cursed or has a spiritual condition. We all have a part to play.
Doc, I thank you very much indeed for this eye-opening conversation with you. I wish you all the best. And you want to repeat that number again so we can get people to connect with you either on social media, phone numbers. Let's do that again.
Okay, so Enidaso Parkinson Disease Foundation on Facebook, Instagram, and the numbers are 054 1111 724 and 054 591 9887.
Dr. Vida Obese, thank you very much indeed for your time. We're grateful that you joined us here, and keep doing the good work that you are doing for Mother Ghana and for everybody else. Now it's time for birthdays, and then we'll check out of the studio. If it's your birthday, happy birthday to you. We wish you long life and prosperity.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
And our very first birthday to Alfred Nene Akrofi Okansi. Today is your birthday, the head of news, Alfred Nene Akrofi Okansi. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Also a happy birthday to Catechist George Kofi Atiga. Catechist George Kofi Atiga. Madam, work with me. Catechist George Kofi Atiga. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday to you. And also a happy birthday to Mami Tiwa of Marie Noel Beauty Academy. From your colleagues from Marie Noel Beauty Academy. Happy birthday to you. May your lines fall into pleasant places. Also, a happy birthday to Skylar Gwendolyn Manye Dede Adelaye. Skylar Gwendolyn Manye Dede Adelaye, Fountain Head Christian School in Sakumono. Skylar Gwendolyn Manye Dede Adelaye, Fountain Head Christian School in Sakumono. This is from your daddy Obi Ade, founder of Air Talk International GH Limited. A happy birthday to Manye Adoko Papo. It's your birthday today, Manye Adoko Papo. Happy birthday to you, Manye Adoko Papo of Bawe. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. And if it's your birthday as well, happy birthday. Can we see the photos, please? Manye and Catechist, and then also Mamitiwa. Mamitiwa is in green. Catechist is in a suit. Manye is in a colorful dress, multicolored dress. Let's see their photos. They are watching on Facebook, so they can get to enjoy the views as well. And we will see you tomorrow here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7 Urban Lifestyle Radio. Princess, success, Trevor, come. Princess, this mic. Princess, why don't you like when I call you Princess?
Okay. But
You like
maybe
it?
You can say Princess Christabel.
Oh no, Princess Success Trevor. Yeah. We'll change your name for you. Don't worry. Yeah. Your father can insist on the Christabel. Don't worry.
Okay.
We will call you Princess here. Yes. She's ready with the news update. My name is Johnnie. Hughes. Have a good one.
Hearing the proceedings in the ICE court stand separate and distinct from the extradition request. The ICE matter is a purely administrative immigration matter. He had applied for an adjustment of his immigration status. So ICE proceedings or hearings have nothing in common with the extradition request. The extradition request, so far as I can understand, thus far, is supposed to be pending.
That was Frank Davis. He's a member of the legal team for the former Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta. Now, meanwhile, private legal practitioner Martin Bebu says the fact that he has been released is bad sign for the Ghanaian case.
Let's go back a bit. He was first picked by ICE, and then ICE has now released him. But whilst he was in ICE custody, the extradition papers and all that were sent to the judge. Remember the first sitting or so, if it's not the first, the second, where the judge says, okay, he hasn't seen the extradition documents, so they should be brought to his attention. So subsequently it was done. So now, with the immigration judge seeing the extradition proceedings, and still releasing Ofori-Atta, and at the same time, the fact that the extradition people, that's the Justice Department, did not cause the immediate arrest of Ofori-Atta, that presents a very complex case.
Private legal practitioner Martin Bebu speaking there. That's it for the news update at 10. I am Christabel Success Trevor. For updates, log on to our website 3news.com. 3 Lounge is up next.
Your finest tunes in sync